Silent John incremental, another silent instrumental, the nerd rap existential. People compare me to MC Christopher a lot, but the fact is I predict it with significance. I'm the oldest geek rapper by far, save K&R. Compiling kernels, open bracket, cause I rack it. And my teen nerds throw your laser pen in the air and wave it all around like it had no repercussions. Now follow instructions, Professor. Why these discussions consist of nothing but incoherent rambling and babbling, but you should still take notes cause you never know what's happening. I'll drop a little nugget, a tidbit if you will. There were 4 United States presidents named Bill. Really? If you run out of hit points, the game will shout,
your life force is running out.
If you dig this, then you dug this, cause I'm all about the nerd life, word life. If you dig this, then you dug this, cause I'm all about the nerd life, word life. If you dig this, then you dug this, cause I'm all about the nerd life, word life. If you dig this, then you dug this, cause I'm all about the nerd life, word life, yeah. Let me start again, put it on like a cardigan, swinging like my name was Mad Mardigan. Which reminds me, Warwick Davis was Willow and a Ewok, Leonard Nimoy was Galvatron and Spock. That ain't typecast, I don't know what it. Talk about predestiny, nobody gets the best of me. I've only played one role my whole lifetime, the nerd lifeline, stream through a wicked pipeline. So no one can buy mine, cause mine is original and I write rhymes to burn on a CD, play in the mini-V. Soccer moms yodel back, yodel let belittle me. I got a sidekick, I gotta stay connected. Watch out for my decom or you'll get infected. And you don't wanna be one of my bots, cause I see it all like Sauron the Cyclops. And I won't hesitate to drop your whole net block if you're acting up and you're dumber than a pet rock. I'm about this nerd life, as you can see, spreading like a virus on MP3. Yeah, on MP3. STC. Shoutouts to Vic, Agnostic One, up for fucking Silent John. Yeah. Nerd Life, Graphing Calculator, HP48G. The G is for gangster. Digital Stip, yeah. You know how we do.
That was Dig Dug by YT Cracker. I am the often imitated, never duplicated Tony TGD, and I am joined by the one and only Carl Claus, and this is Gabbing with Geeks.
Mm-hmm.
What's going on, meatbag? It's going to be a big show. Big.
Yeah.
Big, 2 bigs, 3 bigs?
Really big. Too big that there's no word for it in the thesaurus.
So big that we're going to invent a new word just to describe how big it is. Now, before we get to the intro, before we find out about Carl's week, my week, your week, we got a special surprise back from the land of the dead. Everybody give it up for Gary, the obsessive compulsive gamer. What is going on, Gary?
Not much. Just was on my deathbed, dealing with a sinus infection, and then miraculously yesterday's verdict brought me back to life. So
good.
Sounds good. So you've been kind of out of the game for a while, huh, Gary? You don't know what's going on?
Yeah, I've to about 2 weeks. I have not really looked at much, even though, it's been said a lot that all I do is sit and watch Amico videos. Unfortunately, that's not the truth. I haven't watched really much of anything other than the controversy regarding the battle tank stuff. So I'm in the dark about most of what's gone on for the last probably two and a half weeks.
Well, we're sure to keep you up to speed, get you right there with us in a minute. But first, let's hear about your week, Carl. How's it been going?
All right. So, as usual, I remain that snowman melting, reindeer slaying, tree chopping Carl Claus. And I've been playing games, trying out a lot of the pieces for the Skyrim Anniversary content. Been playing more Knights of the Old Republic on the Switch.
Oh, Carl, they actually have a physical version of that coming out. Limited Run's doing a physical version of that.
I know. I'm actually, if it said towards the end of the month, I'm beginning of next month, I might actually buy that or just waiting or buy it on eBay.
Yeah, I was contemplating it.
It's only a matter of time before they release the Sith Lords on the Switch too, and they might actually have their stored content on that game.
What restored content would that be, Carl?
Well, okay, for those who are not aware, Knights of the Old Republic 2, the Sith Lords, came with missing content. And that's because of time management and all that other bull they hear about. Like for example, the HK-47 quest was left broken. They cut out the certain pieces of content. So we might actually get said content because Aspire is working on the Steam version. And they're the ones who worked on the Switch version of the first game. So I'm bringing it over.
So hold on. Is the Switch version out, like the new version out yet of KOTOR?
It's the new version of the old game.
Okay. So
and in my opinion,
everything's out right now except for the physical versions.
Yeah, it is the best and I tell you right now, in my opinion, it's the best version. Like, for example, the Xbox version has a habit of crashing sometimes when you start up your Xbox. So that quick resume, it doesn't always work with the KOTOR games. The graphics look better, in my general opinion. Offline saving. You don't get offline saving in backwards compatible games in the Xbox.
Now, what did they do? Did they just up-res it, or did they add some new textures?
It definitely looks different, and I know because I've used the same character avatar time and time again. It definitely looks different, just better.
Right, just brought into the modern day. That's always
just
good.
Crappy. That's really crappy.
They didn't do it in Injustice like the GTA trilogy did that.
No. It actually runs the way it actually runs the way it should, and I've not run into that pesky skill point glitch yet. So it gets my seal of approval. 9 out of 10. 9 out of 10.
Well, that's good to hear. I wonder if this if this is successful, if they'll bring something over like damn, and now I just forgot the name of it. What's the other BioWare game that came out for Xbox? The
Jade Empire?
Yes, Jade Empire. I'd love to see that on Switch.
I would like to see that too. I would try. I can pick up the trilogy. That'd be kind of interesting. I technically don't care as much for Jade Empire because it has all the best quests. There are no side quests at the second half of the game. And I really think it's a travesty, but that's me, What about your Tony? How's your week been?
Well, before we get to my week, we're going to hear a little bit more from Gary.
Yeah, tell us.
Well,
poor married bastard.
After being sick for that time, I just kind of been behind on things, so I've been catching up. And then aside from yesterday being a good day with the trial stuff, I had to go pick up my copy of Pokemon. So I've been trying to put some time into that, but these pesky kids around here, a lot. So I haven't had much time to do all that.
I'm going to promote Rhea's channel, but she's been actually doing, I think, video stream walkthroughs or something like that.
Oh, okay.
So,
well, that's cool.
Folks, go to her channel. It's cool.
Well, definitely once I get farther into the game and I beat it, I'm gonna obviously if you look at my channel and on videos that I used to do 13 years ago, 14 years ago, I actually used to do a lot of like shiny hunting and all that stuff before. I only had a few videos, but that was kind of like why I started the channel, was to get into the Pokemon community. And I only made a few videos, but I think once I get this game beat and I get all the radar and all those requirements met, I'm gonna start doing like more shiny hunting video stuff like that.
I really want to get this version, but a lot of stuff is getting in my way, so that's got to wait till like the beginning of next year.
Oh, I hear you. I got lucky. I took my I got my copy from GameStop. I took my extra pair of neon yellow Joy-Cons and got $30 a piece. I only had to pay like $2 or $3 tax for my copy, so I was pretty happy.
So is this like a continuation from Sword and Shield? Is it a
update?
It's pretty much a faithful remake of the DS versions, just brought in kind of with the the 3D battle system of Sword and Shield. It's basically, I wouldn't say it's 1-to-1. I've had a lot of arguments that it's not a 1-to-1 because there are enough changes, but it is pretty faithful in the sense that it's the same game just with a facelift.
Yeah.
Who are you fighting with about the Pokemon game, Gary? Are you causing troubles in the Pokemon community?
I cause troubles anywhere I go.
Good for you.
I'm an OG, man. I got my opinions.
Good for you.
I was not a big Sword and Shield fan. I thought.
Oh my gosh. Let's talk. Sorry, I have to talk about this before we give to your day, Tony. Nothing personal. Okay, so the things I really hated about Sword and Shield, or that game really needed an overhead compass bad.
Yeah, that, and to me, it's comparable to like a Final Fantasy 13. If you know what I mean, where when you get into you play games like 7, 8, and 9, and you really got in depth into those games, and then you went to something like 13. It's linear. It wasn't what made Pokemon, and the older we get, and this all kind of comes back down to like Amico stuff, right? I keep saying there's just a generational gap between gamers where I like something that newer kids, and I believe kids in their mid-20s and younger now want to see games just get so ultra realistic, and they have to stay with the current times. To me, a game doesn't have to be that. It's all about the gameplay. Like graphics are a big part of it, but it's not. That's not what has to be the main focus of a game. So I think a lot of people love Sword and Shield, and then they were disappointed with Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl because of the fact that it didn't have that feel to it, and it was more like an original Pokemon game. So
also Leon cheats. I'm almost certain the game cheats. And I don't mean the potions. I'm talking about I'm pretty sure the game literally cheats.
What, for you or the AI?
Well, it's just that certain things that didn't make sense to me. And it could be just bugs, but I'm pretty sure the game cheats.
Carl's getting owned by Pokemon trainers.
Well, it's just like some of the things that should not happen in the game do.
Yeah, that's a lot of games. So are we thumbsing up or thumbsing down Pokemon Shining Pearl?
It should be good. I mean, the Pearl and Diamond games are pretty good.
Because they stuck so close to the original formula, I'm gonna say that it's definitely, there's a lot of quality of life improvements in the game, and Gen 4 is my favorite generation, even though I'm a Gen 1er and I love the original 151 Pokemon. I still think that Gen 4 is the best. I think that's when it really they just offered so much content in that game, and my favorite was always Gold and Silver, because you got two Pokemon adventures in one game. Right. And I think that's why I think people do across the board like Gen 2 the best. But I would say over Gold and Silver, I think people like Soul Silver and Heart Gold better, just because it kind of has a little bit of graphical improvement, and there's a lot of quality of life changes from Game Boy to or Game Boy Color to DS. So I could definitely see why people love that. I just kind of like that there's around 400 or 500 ish in Gen 4 by Gen 4, and a lot of it was still solid until they, once they got to like Gen 5 and later, you started getting a lot of bad designs. You got Pokemon becoming ice cream cones, and it just started to get a little
it's creepy,
weird.
isn't it?
It's a little weird for me, even though I don't mind Gen 5, but they just started to fall off. And I think the last like probably 5 years, the Pokemon company don't care anymore. They're just churning out games and selling them like hotcakes. So
you know who
it's
really
good to see it
needs
return.
You know who needs a Pokemon made after in his image? Gilbert Gottfried. If they're going to get that weird, they need to make that man into a Pokemon.
Yeah, but it just wouldn't fit unless he had his voice, followed behind it. So,
all right.
He's been canceled though.
Yeah. Poor bastard.
Well, I think it's time to talk about my week. And
you're that week. I got to get to your week.
I've had quite the week, but before I get to that, I want to say what's up to everybody here in the chat. We got 17 people watching, so that's a little bit less than last time. We had 42 last time.
Hey, if you guys let me know when Rhea joins the chat, or if she joins the stream, I actually have a question for her, because I have not received my copy of Swords of Ditto. Yes, and I'm not sure if it's been released, and I can't check the email because I actually, when I was going to buy the game 5 minutes before, I couldn't log in and make an account with my actual email, so I had to make a different one, and Outlook won't let me in it now, so I can't check whether it's been shipped or anything like that. So I'm kind of in a pickle here.
Now, Gary, I have like 4 or 5 email addresses, probably more than that. If you need to use one, just let me know.
Well, I'm just saying, I went to go back and check on it, and they're like, "Well, we've seen that you've made other emails, so we've kicked you out of this one or whatever thing." So I can't get into it now.
We heard you're married. We heard you're married. We don't approve of that behavior.
They don't like me because I'm a right winger.
All right, let's buckle it up. Button it up, gentlemen. We're gonna bring it back. We got F1 JV in the chat, MIDI Music, Luke Skywalker, Tommy Amico, Robo Blue. Who else we got here? We got Mr. 804. And Jay was at G10 118 was here. He said he had to go. Only 64 stopped in. Run of Heavens. I see him Retro. What's up? Who else we got going on? So we got a lot of people here. 17. Rhea is a mod in most chats. Everyone likes Rhea. Nice girl.
Yes,
nice girl.
The sweetheart of the Amico world. Sorry, Saggy, nothing personal.
The most important thing we need to talk about is how was my week?
Yeah.
Boy, was it a rough one, gentlemen. On Monday, we had Gary no-showed. I was feeling a little under the weather. No Gary. So
Gary, you infected him using the internet.
And it wasn't that I just didn't show. I've been like totally MIA for 2 weeks.
You infected him. It's all your fault.
Yeah. So we.
All right. What else happened?
We canceled the weekly indie stream. I think we're gonna maybe do that bi-weekly from now on.
Oh, that's a good idea.
And I also think that we might change formats just a little bit, make it pre-recorded, and then just premiere it and talk in the chat.
Okay.
But that's just a thought. Then on Thursday, Sidekick Max had report card pickup.
Uh-oh.
So I had to go do that. And yes, gentlemen, the entire day, my stomach was doing flip-flops. I was worried that he was going to have a bad report card, and I was going to have to punish him and deal with all that. But fortunately, he passed all his classes.
That's good.
Lower than a C. So
that's all right.
That was all good. Then, as we know, on Thursday, we had the surprise Amico drop of Battle Tanks, formerly known as Armor Battle, formerly now known as Battle Tanks, now known as Tank Battle. We will get into that. We did a live stream on Friday. Was it Friday or Thursday did we live stream, Carl?
I think it was Thursday.
Yeah, but we'll get a little bit more into that because there's been new details released. I did jump on a few live streams this week, so that was good. And get the word out. Subs are still going up, so thank you all for subbing to the channel, enjoying my sweet, sexy voice that sounds like honey. And other than that, there's really been nothing going on, nothing too exciting in the life. Picked up a bunch more games that I'll probably never play.
I mean, your voice sounds worlds better than mine, so.
Oh, I got a haircut. That's the other thing that happened this week.
Mexicans get haircuts? Really?
Yep.
You sure about that?
3 or 4 months. Finally got a haircut, gentlemen.
Wow. Your hair had been long.
Yeah, I did. I had nice long hair, but it was getting really curly because I got naturally curly hair, so I had a...
You could have been competing with Metal Jesus. What's up with that?
Chopped it all off, Carl. I have now, it's about, I would say, 4 centimeters worth of hair all over my head. Also got the beard all fixed up, so I just have a gold tee now. No ZZ Top going on anymore. So I'm looking fresh. I'm ready for that Thanksgiving dinner.
Oh, so you look like Antonio Banderas now.
A little bit. I mean, a little bit better than Antonio Banderas, but like in that ballpark.
Oh, okay. It's cool.
So, gentlemen, are we going to go straight into the Amico talk, or are we going to tease that and talk a little bit about GTA?
So, we could talk a little bit about GTA first, but when we do dive back into the Amico, we'll just do like a little refresher for me, if you guys can, for all the little doodads I missed.
All right, that's fine.
All right, so as you know, GTA had the remaster, was released, and unfortunately, it was plagued with a lot of bugs, visual errors,
song removal due to licensing issues.
It was pulled from the Steam store over the fact that they accidentally left the hot coffee
porn game.
They did they?
Yes.
Everybody asked for it.
So they pulled it off of Steam. And recently, I think it was Rockstar, said they will not be offering refunds for GTA Trilogy.
But there's more.
Is there more, Carl?
Oh, yeah, there's more.
What else?
So, there are going to be adding the classic versions of the 3 games back into the Rockstar store, and people who have the PC version of the sub definitive edition, as I understand it, at least, get the classic bundle added to their launcher. So I guess kind of a...
Now, here's the thing. When they add those games back into the store, all those games are going to have all those classic tracks, right? All the original tracks?
Question. I mean, I guess
the original games would have the tracks still in them.
Now, what I don't understand is if they lose, well, see, that's the weird thing. I don't understand, and it's obviously out of my expertise here, is how games like can be delisted after licensing agreements, but how they can continue to sell a game that does have those, Well, I mean, obviously those licenses were acquired for that game, but it's weird to me.
Well, my theory is this: these might be the definitive, sub-definitive edition, as we're going to call it. It's new property, I guess. So I guess it doesn't. That's why one of the reasons why, maybe. Though I'm not a lawyer. I know nothing about franchise properties or anything. It's just my guess.
I mean, I definitely wanted to, I was willing to give it a chance and say, the character models, obviously there are a few here and there that are god awful. It's not a huge issue to me. The real big no-no is excluding stuff like Michael Jackson music, excluding stuff like the Flock of I cannot understand how you couldn't acquire the rights to something like "I Ran So Far Away" for Flock of Seagulls when that was a trailer song. That was like when you think of Vice City, that's the song you think of with that game, and to not have that in there, it's a big no-no, and it's anything but a definitive edition. I mean, I pulled out my PlayStation 2 like a month ago playing Vice City because I was excited about the news about that. But I knew it was going to be missing that music. I knew it was going to be a licensing issue. And without that music, I don't want to hear someone tell me, well, you could just pop in a mixtape, a mix in music and play that over. No, it's not the same, It's not the same flipping through the radio stations and, hearing those songs fade. And it's just a big no-no.
I mean, I do collect CDs myself, and it's a lot of crap to just tell people to pop in a mixtape or something. Well, especially I mean, do any of you have any idea how big the Vice City soundtrack actually is?
It's pretty big. It's pretty big.
It's pretty damn big. It's almost rivals my Time Life Loves the 80s collection. Probably bigger than that.
Here's the thing, gentlemen. I know we're all upset. We're all very, very mad about this situation. But these songs have been removed from other versions of the games. Ever since it was ported to mobile, songs have been being removed. When it was ported over to the PlayStation 3 and 4, songs were removed.
So in other words, we have the Apex Legends crowd to thank for this. Fuck you guys.
Here's the thing on that, Tony. Like, I've never been one that has actually probably played other versions than the originals. So to go from something like my PlayStation 2 version to the new definitive version, it's kind of a shock. Like, I didn't know that going in, that a lot of that stuff was removed when they brought those to the store. So
I'm gonna check a hunch, guys. Be right back.
It kind of sucks in that regard, but I understand licensing. Like when it comes down to a lot of stuff, licensing is always an issue with a lot of different games, and it is what it is. I mean, obviously, if you can get over the music and you can get over the character models and the stuff that they had to do, I'm okay with it. Because I do think that, bugs are going to get fixed and cleaned up. I mean, that's something that, most games are shipped with these days, or they ship with issues and they get patched in. That's not a big problem for me, especially if you're going to go get it digital. I don't think there was really a reason to go out and buy the Switch version, since they weren't giving you all 3 games on the cartridge. So it's not an issue to me, and I can totally, I'll take it for what it is, and maybe one day I'll, it goes on sale for $20. I'll probably pick it up digitally, but for now I'll just have to love my my PlayStation 2 copies of the game. So.
Yeah, so in 2012, when it was ported over to mobile devices, they cut some songs. And then in the same year, they actually put a patch out for the PC versions that removed those songs from the PC versions.
Ooh, ouch.
So RoboBlue says, why did they have to remove the old versions? They didn't have to. They did it so that you would buy the new ones. It was just a marketing thing. Now, I do have a list of all 29 missing songs from GTA Trilogy. If you want me to go through them. So what do you think, Chad? Do you want to hear what songs are missing? Do you want to hear more Gary being upset?
I'm picky when it comes to my games, but I mean it's a pretty big list of songs that are excluded from the game. I think with as time goes on and new gamers are introduced to these games, I don't think it's an issue with that crowd. I think if you are someone like me, now Vice City came out. I want to say Vice City came out in probably 2000. I want to say 2003 or 2004. I want to say it was probably around 2003. It could have been 2002. I'm not sure. It's right around those few years because it's right before I graduated, and I had, I got the game for Christmas, so it, it holds a nice near and dear spot in my heart. So any kind of changes kind of, bums me out, but it is what it is.
What are you damning over there, Carl?
Okay, so I did some research, as I said, and I was looking to see how much the original trilogy cost for the OG Xbox. I can't find it.
Yeah, because they removed them from the store.
No. You're talking about a physical
eBay version.
Oh, yeah, there's a physical version of the trilogy for the OG Xbox.
Yeah, that came in. That other was for PlayStation 2 and Xbox. To be honest,
I can't find it. And it's not available on eBay. I don't know why. Maybe I'm searching for it wrong. It got me.
I think it's under collector's edition. Did you put collector's edition in?
No, I didn't. But I'll look later.
Well, here are the missing songs from Vice City. We got Bark at the Moon from Ozzy Osbourne's gone. Billie Jean.
Oh, that one hurts.
And Wanna Be Starting Something from Michael Jackson's gone. Fist Fury from Love Fist gone. Looking for the Perfect Beat by Africa Boombata and the Soul Sonic Force removed. Pump Me Up from Trouble Funk. Rocket by Herbie Hancock. Running with the Night from Lionel Richie.
That's a big one.
Smurf by Tyron Brunson. Wow by Kate Bush. And Anunga Nunga by Arakiri. I have no idea what the hell that is. But those are all gone.
Some of those I'd have to hear.
San Andreas has a lot more. We got Don't Let It Go to Your Head by Black Harmony's gone. Express Yourself by Charles Wright and the Watts 103rd Street Rhythm Band. Express Yourself by NWA. Funky President, People's Bad by James Brown. Hellraiser by Ozzy Osbourne. I Don't Give a Fuck by Tupac featuring Pogo. Killing in the Name, Rage Against the Machine. Loopzilla by George Clinton. Ring My Bell by Blood Sisters. Rock Creek Park by the Blackbirds. Running Down a Dream, Tom Petty. Running Away by Roy Ayers. Soul Power 74 by Maceo and the Max. The Grunt by the JBs. The Payback by James Brown. Woman to Woman by Joe Cocker. You Dropped a Bomb on Me by the
you
Band.
Son of a bitch!
That's a big one, yeah.
And Yum Yum, Give Me Some by Fatback Band.
No, hold on. You went through Vice City pretty quick. Is that list correct? I thought they got rid of Flock of Seagulls. Is that on the list?
It's not on the list here of removed songs, unless it was previously removed. These are just the songs that were removed from the new version.
Okay, that could be it, because the list that I had looked at was like they were probably including everything that's been removed since the original. So.
Do you guys realize that if they do release this again, they're going to remove even more songs?
Well, yeah, it'll be a totally different soundtrack completely. So,
there's only going to be like one song on the in each game.
To me, I have a problem with it, but and at the end of the day, I don't. It's pretty much the same game, but just don't call it the definitive edition.
Zeno has been playing it and apparently loves it. Though he hated the Switch version, and they actually gave him a refund.
I mean, they could have just called it remastered, because a remaster is, audio and visual, and that's basically what it is.
Nintendo did it. Sorry, go on.
I was going to say, basically, you're just cutting out content, and to me, that's not the definitive. Is the last version you'll ever have to play, right? That's basically what definitive means. It's the best of the best. And to me, when you're cutting content out of a game, that doesn't scream, the number one experience. I think there's a lot of people who are willing to skip this, save the money, and just go back and play their original versions.
I don't know. The original versions hold up better than the definitive versions. They look better. It's just
it sucks that you lose the high def, you lose the 60 frames, especially if you're playing it does support 4K, right? If you're playing like Xbox or PlayStation. So obviously you're taking, there's pros and cons, right? You're getting a game that looks absolutely beautiful. I mean, and for the most part, I think it looks well, other than some of the character model faces that people have been pointing out, which to me is still not a huge issue. It's just more, it comes down to the music for me, and that's really where I was like, nah, I'll just stick with my PlayStation 2 copies. I'm good. I'll save the money and put it into something else.
Also, there's one other piece of news. Rockstar is going to fix it. Song stuff, but they are going to fix all the bugs, the glitches, and everything else.
And I assume that they'll probably try to fix a few character models that are just, zany and just don't look right. Have you guys heard the little Easter egg that's in the game?
No, I haven't.
So they're claiming, and this is just like a theory, that there is a screenshot of possibly a tease to Grand Theft Auto 6 in the game.
Yeah, I've heard about that.
In the was it San Andreas, the UFO area or whatever? There is possibly a screenshot that could be Grand Theft Auto 6, and people are thinking that it might be back in Vice City.
So the verdict is, don't buy this version. Just settle for the old classic.
Well, I would say use your discretion. I don't like people telling people not to really buy. I probably said it before, but use your discretion. Obviously you could very well love the game, and my opinion is not the end all be all, but just use some discretion when purchasing the copy. That there are some bugs, there's some stuff that needs to be reworked, and obviously you're losing some classic music there. But if Grand Theft Auto is your jam, and everything Grand Theft Auto is which you consume, I'd say go for it. I mean, you're getting some good quality of life upgrades with it, but I'd say just stick to get an Xbox 360, go buy Grand Theft Auto 4. I think that's still one of my favorites. Vice City and Grand Theft Auto 4 were really good. And I think Grand Theft Auto 4 holds up really well still today. So
I think that Vice City is the second best. I love San Andreas just a little bit more.
I'll probably pick them up next year maybe. And since I really do believe they will fix it, especially since they want people to buy Grand Theft Auto 6 when that comes out. So I think they know it's in their best interest to buy it or fix it.
Not really. I mean,
I don't think they'll spend time. I mean, I think they'll fix glaring issues. I don't think they're gonna. I mean, it's outright. People are gonna buy it, and Rockstar's starting to get to that kind of level where they're like the Pokemon company, man. They know they could throw shit out, and people. How many times have they thrown Grand Theft Auto 5 out? Like it's absolutely mind-numbing to think that 6 should have been out 2 years ago. That game should have came out, and they're still throwing versions of Grand Theft Auto 5 out everywhere. It's disgusting.
Yeah, and you know why? Because of the same people who play at Apex Legends.
It has nothing to do with Apex Legends.
Oh, yes, it does. They're all part of the same community. At least Skyrim fans will admit we buy the same version and own it. These people don't.
This is Carl's opinion. I don't know if that's true, but...
So here is the image that they're saying is the leak. This is the pointing to GTA 6 coming out. Can you spot it? Can you spot it in the screenshot, guys?
It is. I believe it's off to the left. Is it off to the? I think it's off to the left in the middle.
It's off to the right.
Is it off to the right? It's the house with the palm trees. Here, let me zoom in a little. Right. Oh, there we go. It is. Wait a minute. Where the fuck is it? I don't see. Is it right dead in front of him? No, that's not it. Yeah, there we go.
So they're claiming because this is so much better looking than the other ones that this is definitely from GTA 6.
I think just because they couldn't find the location in the game, I don't know how they've come up with the theory on that, and I don't know who started that. It's obviously a stretch, but you never know.
I think it's a huge stretch. At some random house is the Easter egg leading to GTA 6.
Yeah, I agree.
It's so it's so minor that that's such a cryptic Easter egg, right? Like, how is anybody going to take that as, oh, look, like, if they had maybe like a coming, like the house for sale soon, or maybe something like that along those lines, or something to give the impression that that's going to be GTA 6. Okay, I go with it, but just some minor little picture in that area is very weird.
So Andy says that have it on Xbox, lots of quality of life improvements, and graphics look good except for some weird models. So don't buy it on the Switch, buy it on the bigger consoles instead, or the PC.
Yeah, I definitely suggest if you're gonna spend the money on it, you got to get everything out of it right. You should get a better quality version. That way you can play it on your your nice 4K TV and 60 frames, looking like pretty fresh. That's the way I'd go with it. Even though I'd love to have it like on my Switch would be fun, but I just don't see I just think my money would be better spent elsewhere.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I'm not picking up the definitive editions anytime soon.
Sub-definitive.
The sub-definitive edition. I do like that name. It has a nice ring to
it. Thank you.
So, I think it's time we move on from this GTA talk.
Yeah, sounds great.
Something really important. Gary, have you seen the new He-Man Masters of the Universe cartoon?
Oh, do we have to talk about that?
I have not. I do want to, like I said, one day I'm just going to sit down and binge all kinds of He-Man content, just because I've watched bits and pieces over the years and never really sat down. And I'd love to watch the new series, but I feel like I can't get into the new stuff until I watch all the old, He-Man stuff. So I'm going to get there one day.
My brother wants me to watch it, and next month, I am going to subscribe to Netflix for Christmas, all the Christmas stuff, and I'll have no excuse. I'll have to watch it. I don't want to, but
You'll have to watch both cartoons, Carl, both the He-Man and the Masters of the Universe cartoon, as well as the Masters of the Universe Revelations cartoon.
Well, how do you like the new stuff, Tony?
I enjoy the Masters of the Universe Revelations. Looks fantastic. I like the storyline. I like the continuation from the 80s series. I don't mind the focus being less on He-Man for the first half of the season. The second half seems to be more He-Man centric. I like all the Easter eggs, the little nods to the other parts of the fandom, like the comic books and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Now, what's the name of Tila's girlfriend?
She doesn't have a girlfriend, Carl. She's in love with Adam or He-Man.
But I thought He-Man was woke.
No, it's not woke at all. I mean, it depends on what you define as
folks?
Woke. Does someone having a haircut a certain way equals woke? Yeah, I guess He-Man's woke.
I think that was just a lot of people blowing it out of proportion, and because I'm not a super huge He-Man fan, I just kind of took it with a grain of salt. And obviously, you said yourself, Tony, that you couldn't understand why people were getting all bent out of shape. You liked it a lot, so, and that's why I always try to be explicit when I say, like, look, don't take my word for it 100%. Obviously, I never listen to anybody when they tell me a movie's bad. I'd like to see it for myself and make my own, judgment on it. Because everybody has their own tastes. So
here's the thing about spoilers. What if someone gives you the wrong a fake spoiler, and you literally avoided watching the whole movie for years just because of that?
Well, that's what I did with the new Star Wars trilogy. I avoided watching them all because I was told how woke they were and how terrible they were. And
I didn't think they were. The last one was woke, but I actually had fun with it. I know a lot of people hate it, but I had fun with it.
Well, I remember. Go ahead.
Wait, hold on. He wants to know: is there anywhere the '80s series is streaming? I want to watch the old series with my daughter before getting into Revelations. It was on Netflix for a little while. I don't know if it's still
we talked about this a couple months back when I asked the question.
Actually, give me a moment. Let me check Amazon Prime for a moment.
I wonder if you can get. I would love it. Like I said, I just bought like the whole Turtles collection on Amazon for like $25 a couple months back. If they offered that on like an entire collection set, it would be awesome. I'd pick it up in an instant.
They do have it as a collection set.
How much do they want for it?
Oh,
if it were like 20, because I bought that Turtles, I think it was like $20 I paid for. That was an absolute steal for 11 seasons, or I can't remember if Turtles is 10 seasons. They also have we were wanting to get back into the real Ghostbusters, and they have that I think for like 30 for like 10 seasons. If they could do a He-Man and have that reasonable for like $25 to $30, I'd jump in on that in a heartbeat.
Well, you could buy He-Man on YouTube and watch it on YouTube.
Yeah, but I'd like to have it. We have a huge like Blu-ray DVD collection, so I'd love to have it like physically. Obviously, I love all my content physical if I can, But
yeah, I'm just giving Finbar here some.
Well, yeah, there's obviously ways to consume it other than having to go out and buy it. You can get it, if you want to start watching it right now. I'm sure there are ways, and like Tony said, that it's available on YouTube. So that's a great starting point if you want to just jump into it after the stream. Don't go leaving and buying He-Man right now.
Yeah, don't go in the middle of the stream. He says I'm from UK though. You guys might have different stuff on your streaming services.
Yeah, that's true.
This is true. I know it's on Stars here in the US, and it's on YouTube for $25 a season. There are 2 seasons in the official channel. I don't know if it's available worldwide that way. So if it's not, forgive me.
Well, speaking of He-Man, I'll tell you what. I actually came across a miracle the other day. We have Meijer is one of our local department stores here in Michigan, and it's usually I think just the Midwest that has Meijer, kind of like a Target or a Walmart or whatever. And
yeah, we have it here too.
Every store that I go to, probably since they've been selling He-Man toys again, like the old retro ones, the only ones I ever find at the store are Skeletor and He-Man. Yesterday I went to 2 different Meijer, and they had Tila, they had they had some like an evil He-Man or something like that. He was gray.
Oh,
he looked like He-Man. It looked like
Faker.
the same figure. Yeah.
Name is Faker.
They had him. They had the fish looking. I can't remember the names. You guys can kill me. I can't remember. Merman, and then they had a few other different guys that I never see anywhere, and I kind of got excited, even though I'm not like a He-Man collector or anything. But I thought it was pretty cool. I was like, holy shit! I finally found different figures other than He-Man and Skeletor.
Do you use the Matty Collector site?
What's that?
There's a website dedicated to that kind of stuff. I don't know if it's still up, but it's called Matty Collectors, I think.
I've probably visited that once or twice in the past. I don't use it often, though. I don't know if it's still running.
All right. I did check on Amazon. and you could probably access it through the VPN, but we don't have it streaming anymore. So,
Well, that's too bad. Now, as far as the other He-Man series, He-Man and the Masters of the Universe, that is more kid focused. It is a reboot, sort of. It's not a recreation. It's slightly different, slightly different origins for certain characters. More 3D-ish and sort of.
It's got.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say it's got more of a kid-friendly feel to it.
Yeah, what I was gonna say was it leans more on the technology versus not technology aspect of He-Man. And for some odd reason, in that one, there's a focus on sort of a social justice. The inequality between the king and queen and the royal court and the peasants on the street. So, if anything, the kid-friendly one is actually the more
woke.
The
Go
one
figure
that got
that.
past, the one that people ignored, is actually the one that's probably more woke. I only watched 3 episodes. I wasn't really interested in that one. I might go back eventually and watch the rest of it.
okay,
Well,
so
it would make more sense though. Indoctrination is a thing these days.
Actually, the old one, the queen was actually, I think she's actually better than King Randor. She even knew who He-Man was.
Well, that's the same way in Masters of the Universe. She knows who He-Man is.
Yeah, Masters of the Universe is what I'm talking about.
No, I
From
mean
the
Revelations.
80s.
In Revelations.
Oh, okay. Well, I like the old one. It's the way It's like she always knew all along who He-Man was, and she was definitely the more even-handed than Randor. Randor's just this idiot who couldn't really do anything.
Well, to be fair, Randor did come from Earth. So
No.
makes sense.
The Queen came from Earth.
The Queen came from. Oh, there you go. Well, it's even better. The even-handed one was the one from Earth. I think they ditched that whole plot line or origin for them. Lorenzo Sleestack says our Meyer in Traverse City used to have an arcade back in the 80s. I'm pretty sure that's where he played the cockpit version of Star Wars X-Wing Vector game back when he was a hatchling. Anything else to say about He-Man before we move on, gentlemen?
No, I wish I was a little bit more versed in He-Man to discuss it, because I think I would, because I really do want to see the revelations. That the whole art style and the way they went with it really intrigues me. So maybe one day I'll get to like fanboy over it and discuss it. But until I can get my whole original '80s He-Man behind all that. That's I don't get to discuss it. So
Finbar says, I wish they would just concentrate on stories about He-Man kicking Skeletor's ass. Well, if you want that, you might as well watch the 2000s version of He-Man. That was a lot more ass kickery going on in that one.
What he's saying is he wants like a Dragon Ball Z version of He-Man.
He-Man Ball Z. I'm always shocked by the lack of He-Man video games. With so many characters, they could easily do
it would be a RPG, an RPG all day.
Well, you could do that. You could do an RPG. You could do a fighter, an arena game.
How many different planets? You know what I mean? How many different? Because it's Masters of the Universe. I mean, it would be awesome to be able to travel across the galaxies, or however that works. But be able to do, I mean, obviously, like I said, I'm not really versed into He-Man, but it seems like such a huge, expansive world that an RPG would almost be the way I would probably go. Either that or like a fighter, something along the lines of like what they did with the with the Power Rangers. Those guys, if they did,
I'll tell you what,
so many characters.
If they're going to use the whole multiple worlds thing, they really should use the doorway in Castle Grayskull.
I mean, there really is only one game that really comes to mind, and that's the Intellivision version. I don't know if there were any other. There may be a Game Boy Advance He-Man.
Yeah, I think
there are definitely a few others, though they use the different source materials. Like, I think one for the Game Boy Advance one uses the fake the bad He-Man that nobody really likes. That isn't Adventures of He-Man.
There was some like graphic adventures. I think there's an arcade game.
Also, Gary, the answer to your question is there are multiple multiple box sets of He-Man. There is one that's a collector's edition that comes with a Power Sword toy.
Cool.
And then there are the ones broken up into different seasons. So,
two things before we almost wrap up this. Mike wants to know where's the tank. We're getting to it, Mike.
We're getting there. We're building up to it. The suspense.
Yeah, you gotta give us a break. There's lots of information here, you know.
Number two, Gary, I think you're getting some feedback.
Oh, hold on.
He comes back after a 2-week hiatus, and he's screwing us up on the audio. But there's actually a PlayStation 2 He-Man game. How did I not know about this?
I didn't know about it either.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was called He-Man Defender of Grayskull.
Well, it's all Gary's fault, so.
It always is.
It's actually on Xbox. It just got released on Xbox in 2021. It was leaked online.
Hold on. Let me look.
Well, the Xbox one was leaked online, a port. It's not an actual Xbox. Because it was going to be on the Xbox, but it was never released for the Xbox officially. But it is called He-Man Defender of Grayskull. It is a adventure game that was on the PlayStation 2. I never heard of it until now. You had the arcade game, which was on multi-platform, Amstrad.
We didn't even know about it either, else we would have bought it when we had a PlayStation 2.
The ZX Spectrum had the arcade game. You had He-Man, the most powerful game in the universe, which is a mobile game.
Mobile, yeah.
That's the most powerful game in the universe.
I love me some mobile games. We got Masters of the Universe Super Adventure. That was an interactive fiction game. BBC, Micro, Commodore. I guess a lot of these came out in the UK.
Yeah.
MIDI Music Forever says no Amico equals no clout, I've heard.
Yeah. We got Masters of the Universe Power of He-Man, which was on the Atari 2600. I think that was the one that was on Intellivision, yeah. The Intellivision one.
And that's the one I'm familiar with. I'll love that game. That's one of my favorites on the old Intellivision. There's something about that game that was very basic, but it was just one of those games when you popped in and you had to get past all the little flying things, and then once you got to the castle or whatever, you'd have to dodge a bunch of obstacles, get to Skeletor, and they'd clash swords for like 3 seconds, and then he'd take off, and then it was off to round or level 2. And then it was a rinse repeat. It was the same thing every time, but it was just so fun.
Just like the series.
You got Masters of the Universe, the movie game, which came out for the MSX. So,
the one nobody. I remember that movie.
ZX Spectrum, the Spectrum.
No,
Commodore.
the movie.
The movie was good, Carl. Don't shit on the
It
movie.
was alright. It was pretty good. It was alright. You know, it's I don't hate it. I don't hate it at all.
And the final
No.
He-Man game was He-Man Power of Grayskull. It was for the Game Boy Advance.
Oh, there you go. You're right. You're right on where of them.
And that was in 2002. So,
Yeah, those were the only two games I had ever heard of.
Finbar
He-Man
says
ones.
He-Man on C64 was awesome. I always remember there was a counter that scored how many skulls you'd cracked.
Yeah, I definitely take either a RPG or, better yet, I think a fighter would work really well, like a kind of with a Street Fighter controls.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're gonna base it off of the Filmation's He-Man, that He-Man doesn't resort to violence, so you can have a He-Man fighting game.
Sure, you could. You just pretend like the cartoon doesn't exist. Tabby McCaster says it's refreshing to not be all Amico all the time. Yeah. I mean, this isn't an Amico podcast or an anti-Amico podcast or whatever you want to call it. This is a general geek and gaming podcast show, whatever.
Well, you guys know that since obviously every hater can't get to can't get in the way, that we don't want to play it.
So before we jump into Amico, have you guys talked about the new Spider-Man trailer?
I was on another podcast and talked about it, but
I was on Mad Max's, and they've been talking about that a lot. So
I was kind of disappointed. Everybody was hyped about it dropping at what did it drop at, like 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock? And I waited all day, watched it, and a little disappointed by it. I was expecting a little bit more from that trailer.
Well, my thoughts on that trailer were, like Gary, a little disappointed. I think this puts the nail in the coffin for the 3 Spider-Mans. I don't see any reason for them not to show them, other than they're either not in it or they're not in a substantial role in the movie. Like, they might show up for a little bit, but they're not like the main attraction of the movie.
Right. I think they could have a cameo, but right, they're not going to be a substantial part of the movie.
If they are not in the main trailer, then if they're not in the trailer, they're not in the movie. That's my opinion.
I mean, not to say that the movie still doesn't look good. I was just expecting the new trailer to blow me away,
Yeah,
and it didn't.
I mean,
would you like it to blow you or just blow you away?
Both.
I mean, we pretty much knew and expected to see the villains. We pretty much, know the story, what's going on. The lack of the additional Spider-Mans for me kind of signals, like I said, it's not going to be the main focus. There's not going to be a big team up, because really, what would be the point of not showing them? The movie comes out in a month, right? So you're not going to lose ticket sales by showing Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield. You would, if anything, you would only gain ticket sales.
Right.
So
yeah, I think we can put the nail in the coffin on this one. I don't see them being a big part of this movie, and it sucks, because I mean, it would be cool, but either way, I think I'll still enjoy this movie. It's just the trailer didn't knock my socks off.
To Finbar saying they're in it. They digitally removed one of them in the shot with the Lizard, Sandman, and Electro. Well, see, here's the thing, Finbar. While they did digitally remove something from that trailer, because it is clear that the
Lizard's getting punched. Yeah.
There's no guarantee that it's one of the Spider-Man. It could be Miles Morales they removed. It could be Doc Ock, because it does appear in the trailer that he is getting attacked by Electro at one point. Electro hits lightning bolts on the scaffolding, and Doc Ock falls backward as if the lightning was hit towards him. It could be Venom, because we know in the Venom movie, Let There Be Carnage, at the end, he does appear in our universe, or in the MCU universe, and he's looking at what appears to be some sort of news coverage of Spider-Man, but it's different from what we saw at the end of Spider-Man 2. So it could be that he's there during, No Way Home, or it could just be anything else. It could be, Spider-Man, a new gadget. So, I mean, getting your hopes up that confirms it. Again, there would be no reason at this point in the marketing of the movie to just not show them.
Right. Especially by now with the second with that trailer, I just don't see it. I don't. I know a lot of people are going to be upset if it don't happen. I mean, a lot of people are really, putting their money and putting it in the stock that it's going to happen this way, and I think they're all going to be highly upset if it doesn't. So,
yeah, and here's another thing to consider. I was telling this to Mad Max when I was on his stream. If they're not in there, right? If they're not in the movie, and they didn't confirm that they're in the movie, right? Because everyone's like, well, they're not confirming they're not in the movie. So that means they're in there.
no, it don't. It just means they don't want to let anybody down. They don't want to lose ticket sales.
Exactly what I was going to say. If they confirm they're not in the movie, they might lose sales. If they just keep quiet and they're not in the movie, they still got your tickets because you're going in there anticipating they'll be in the movie.
Right. It'd be a stupid movie for them to confirm they're not in there. Why would they do it? They don't have to. They're going to get you to buy a ticket, lead you on that they might be in there, and then bam, you'll be disappointed, but you've already paid for your ticket and you're sitting in a theater or whatever. So,
Finbar says, remember the trailer for Civil War? Spidey himself was removed from that, plus all this leak stills. To me, it's a foregone conclusion. We've got the 3 Spideys. I think they'll be in the last trailer. Well, we do got one more trailer. If they're not in that one, people will still say that they're in the movie, regardless. At this point, they're in the movie in people's minds. Those trailers, though, to be fair, those were Disney trailers, not Sony trailers. Disney did remove stuff from a lot of their trailers. I know in Infinity War and in both Endgame, they removed and changed things. In Infinity War, they had a shot of the Hulk running with the group, and then in the movie, it's actually the Hulkbuster armor. And then in Endgame, rather, they removed the Hulk going with them to recruit Thor. So, I mean, yeah, there have been trailers where they've digitally removed things, CGI'd things out. But as far as Spider-Man movies, I don't remember Sony doing that. And again, this is a Sony movie, not a Disney movie. So just keep that in mind. I mean, there could be 3 Spider-Men in the movie, and they could all be freaking Tom Holland. Hell, one of them could be Topher Grace for all you know. You know what I'm saying? There's no.
And you know what? It's like they can do anything with trailers. There's always one good example I always like to go back to, and it's an older movie. I don't know if anybody's ever seen. It's called The Negotiator.
Yeah, I've seen that.
And that was with Kevin Spacey and Samuel L. Jackson. If you go back and watch the original trailer for that movie, totally different than what the movie ended up being. Is they suggested that Kevin Spacey was like, I can't remember exactly how it went, but I believe that they like inferred that it was like, that he was part of what was going on in the whole thing. Like he was part of a bad guy. He was like a bad guy, or just the way that they made that trailer seem. So obviously trailers aren't, indicative of what the final product's going to be. But at the end of the day, they're doing something right because they got everybody talking about it. So
yeah, I just what's my view on the Andrew Garfield clip though? I think that's got to be real, right? I really don't know. What people can do nowadays with CGI and Photoshop and all that shit and fucking what's the new one where they put people's faces on other people? Help me out here, Gary.
Oh, I'm not even sure.
deep fakes, the deep fakes and everything. With all of that going around, I mean, I don't know unless it's an official or a trusted source. Yeah, deep fake, Finbar. I don't know. It's hard. It's really hard nowadays to go. Yep, that's definite proof. That's a leak. And again, without context, you could have a screenshot that's a genuine leak showing all three Spider-Man, and it could be that Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield are just Ghost, or inside of Tom Holland's head, and he's seeing visions of the other Spider-Man to help him defeat the villains or something. And so, once again, a cameo is being portrayed by these people as being more substantial than it is. What are your thoughts on that, Carl? You've been quiet. Did we lose Carl?
I think Carl's harassing Apex Legend players right now.
What's up?
The reason that 3 Spider-Men are not in the trailer is because of Apex Legend players, goddammit.
I just don't like free-to-play gamers, that's all. They're the reason, in my opinion, they're the reason that gaming is the way it is today.
Well, I don't think free-to-play players are the reason gaming is the way it is. I think it's greedy corporations taking advantage of psychological tricks that cause people who are free-to-play gamers to spend money. I myself have played many mobile games where I tell myself I'm not going to spend any money on this, only to have spent hundreds of dollars on a mobile game.
I mean, it's just one of those things of getting older and kind of sounding like a boomer. It's like it sucks that things got to change in that direction. And obviously, being a physical media guy, it bothers me that games are not incomplete, and then especially when it comes to like something like a fighting game, right? You expect all the characters to be there, and then they're slowly patching in character after character after character, and it should just kind of be one thing. But it is what it is. It's kids these days, they like their Roblox, and they like to pay for their additional content down the road, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's just not my cup of tea.
Back cracky when I was a kid.
Well, here's the thing though, Gary. What do you prefer? Do you prefer Street Fighter 2 with 12 characters, then have to buy Street Fighter the Ultimate Edition with the additional bosses being playable, and then you have to buy Street Fighter the new challengers to get the additional 4 characters? Or would you prefer Street Fighter, and then for $1 each, you could add the additional characters as they get released?
Well, see, here's the thing. Like, I think it's such a slap in the face to throw out like a Street Fighter, right? And here's your game, here's what you get, and then a year later, throw out a game that just kind of like defeats the purpose of the first game. It bothers me. It's a slap in the face who put that money into the first game. Now, obviously, with the way I play games nowadays, I don't have to be one of those people who are like, oh, I got to go out and get this, especially when I know they've been doing this since, it started like Marvel versus Capcom kind of stuff is when they released Marvel versus Capcom 3. And then they threw in the Shuma Gorath and Jill Valentine. I said to myself, I have to be cautious about how I go and buy fighting games now, because they're going to come out with like an Ultimate Edition, right? If I can wait 2 years, I'll just buy that version, because I don't have a problem with it, and I wouldn't be opposed if it was cheap. Like, okay, you spend $50, $60 for the initial game, and okay, I guess I have to deal with it, right? $1 a character, that wouldn't be so bad, but you're going to end up spending $60 on that first game. Then usually they want to charge you, $5 a character. By the time you're done, you got about $100 invested, and then they're going to release the ultimate version, right? It's another $60 game, and then you don't even have to. Everything's on the the disc or the cartridge. That's the kind of stuff that bothers me. But otherwise, I mean, I'm okay with if I really want it and I absolutely have to play it. I'll pick it up and deal with that. It is what it is. It's one of those things where you just have to bite the bullet on it. So.
Yeah, preach on, brother.
Personally, I started off much like you guys, hating the mobile gamers, hating the pay to win. And I think I've mellowed out over the years, because I think I've gotten to this point where I no longer have to buy things. Like I'm no longer like I gotta buy that game and I need every Street Fighter and oh my god the Ultimate Edition. I'm more like, hey, if I want it, I'll buy it, and if I don't want it, even if they release an upgraded version, I just be like, I don't need it. I have the base version. I don't need to upgrade.
Right, and I agree. It to me, it's not like such a huge issue because there's just so much stuff out there, right? And that's where I kind of come up with where I'm going to spend the money. Because if I don't, if I think they're going to do that, if I think they're going to release content down the line, I'll just skip it and give it some time. Give it a year. We'll see what news comes out of it, and I'll just take that money that I was going to spend on that and just put it towards something else. So it's not a huge issue to me, but that's just how I go about it.
Personally speaking, I kind of like the way NetherRealms handled Mortal Kombat 11 Ultimate Edition, and all the other versions. Like, after Mortal Kombat 11 Aftermath, it wasn't just the character pack; you also got a story with it. And I actually kind of like a bit content packs like that.
I do agree that the Mortal Kombat was handled a bit better. I think the developers, publishers are getting a little bit better. They're offering upgrades to the Ultimate versions now. You buy the base, and then when the Ultimate version comes out, for $20, you can upgrade.
Mm-hmm. They did that. They did that with Injustice too, as well.
But like I said, for me, I think a lot of the issues that people have come from entitlement. I know I'm going to get a ton of hate for saying that, but there seems to be a lot of entitled people. Like they have to have it. Like, I deserve to have it. I should have it. I'm owed.
Let me just tell you, like the way NetherRealms handled Mortal Kombat was so good because of the way the crypt works, and is so frustrating to unlock crap on. If you're just buying like all the extra characters and using them, you don't have to worry about that. You just play through the character towers naturally, or the other towers for that matter.
Well, here's the thing it comes down to. If they were willing to put off the development or the release date of the game and say, hey, look, we're going to take a few extra months. We'll get those characters done. Everything will be balanced. We'll put it all on one disc or cartridge. And hey, we're going to charge you $100 from the get-go. I'd be totally okay with that. You're going to end up spending that money anyways down the road. I'm totally okay with you having it all balanced, having it all done, and having it out there. Now I understand that's a big gamble for these companies, right? They got to do all this extra work, and then it might not sell well. I totally understand that, but I wouldn't be opposed for them putting the release of it off to include all that and paying the extra money just to have it all on, a disc or a cartridge at launch.
Well, here's the thing, Gary, to play devil's advocate. They have release dates, they have deadlines, and these things can't be pushed back. This is no longer the era of some development house where there's no investors and it's just some guy in his garage making games and putting shit out. You got a lot of factors going into it. Additionally, you already have the game made. You're assuming that they had 40 characters and they cut 20 of them so they could nickel and dime you later. But the truth is they had 20 and then they said, hey, we got the game already. We have the the engine and everything. But we can make a few more characters and throw them in the game.
Right, I understand that.
So I think a lot of times, like again, people are just in this mindset that everyone's trying to screw me. That the companies are trying to screw me. So there's no consideration for hey, they actually added these extra characters because they figured people were playing the game. Let's make a couple more characters for the game.
Well, sometimes they are trying to screw you. That's the problem.
Well, yeah, sometimes they are.
I mean, sometimes they are. For the most part, I do understand it, and I understand they're like, and especially these bigger games, right? These companies, just like you said, Tony, they have a deadline, and I totally understand they have to hit that deadline, right? They can't keep going without, recouping that money and seeing that investment come back to them. So I totally understand that. I just wish it would be handled a little bit better. And like you said, it's been getting better. the last few years they're starting to make a little bit more sound decisions. At the end of the day, it really isn't a big issue for me. It's like a non-issue because there's just so much stuff out there. And I've, obviously at my age I've learned a little bit of patience, so I can wait. And with all the content that's out, like if I don't like it, I just wait. It's not going to hurt if I wait. And if I do wait, I'll probably end up getting it cheaper, right? Because I do like my physical stuff. So, it's really a non-issue. I just wish it would be. I wish games like to get away from the subject of like DLC stuff. I just wish like Pokemon. I thought it was absolutely horrid that there is no reason that Pokemon should have a patch on day one, patching in the title screen of the game. That kind of stuff that's just mind-boggling. That
hey Gary,
you buy the game and it doesn't even have the title screen in it.
Hey Gary, you know what's even funnier?
Or intro video, intro video.
Metroid Dread has no day one patch.
Ooh.
Does it have any issues or?
No, it ran when what I played, it ran fine, but it has no day one patch.
It has no day one patch, and is it pretty much complete? Did they say anything about adding anything in? Or are you just trying to say that it's pretty much complete? Like they've done a good enough job. It's pretty much
complete.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I didn't expect it from them, but the Pokemon Company, it seems in the last few years they've been kind of going downhill. So it doesn't surprise me that they pulled the day one patch, and it's not all on the same cartridge. Now, obviously, this is an issue that could probably be fixed down the road with another run of Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. They could obviously add that to the cartridge down the road, but it just kind of stinks, right? The only reason why that bothers me is that if for some reason 30 years, 40 years down the road, now granted that's a long time down the road, servers shut down. I'm just thinking about game preservation in the back of my mind, right? Anybody ever picks up a copy of a game that's broken and they go to play it and they can't download a patch that was needed for it, that's the only thing that's in the back of my mind. Will I ever have to experience that? Probably not. And it's a nitpick. I just wish that, companies would at least have that product, finished on either the disc or the cartridge. And something like Pokemon really bums me out that, like, are you kidding me? Like the intro video to Pokemon is not on the cartridge itself. It's a day one patch. That just seems stupid to me. So
yeah, that just seems like it was a big mistake, an error. Maybe they fucked up somewhere.
Yeah, you would think that would probably have been done 6 months ago. That was already ready to go, But is what it is.
You know what would be so funny if Tom Nook was the CEO of the Pokemon Company.
I'm not a big Animal Crossing fan.
You're not a big Animal Crossing fan? You don't like it?
No. I've played. I believe it was the one for the DS a little bit. It's a game that I could see myself getting into. It's just I don't want to get into it for some reason. It's not that I view it as a bad game. I think the graphics look great. I think it's just one of those games where I know to fully enjoy that game, you have to put some time into it, and it's not a
second job. Damn it!
It is, and I think that's why I've avoided that. Now, the oldest and the old lady love that game. That's what she plays, and she won't play any games other than her and the oldest playing the new Animal Crossing on Switch, and they love it. It's just I'm not willing to devote that kind of time to.
Have you considered sneaking and taking your playing your wife's Animal Crossing and chopping down all the trees?
No, but I might do that tonight. It's funny.
I've got the Switch Animal Crossing. Was that New Horizons?
Yeah.
And much like Gary, I do like it. It's fun. I played it, but then I had to stop myself. I had to be like, you know what? I'm going to be playing this all the time, every day. I'm not going to get nothing done because I'm going to be playing Animal Crossing. I think that's the problem I have with a lot of games nowadays. Is they're fun. Yeah, I enjoy them. I want to play them, but they take up so much of my time. Oh my god!
I mean, they take it. They're. And here's the thing, they tell you not to cheat on the game, but they clearly want you to cheat on the game because they left in the time travel. They could have patched that sucker out, stuck you to a clock whenever you create your character, and let that be it. But they gave you the option.
What are you talking about? Are you talking about like changing like the
the
switch
system
time
clock? Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
They could have patched that out or designed it to where
they've done games like that plenty of times, right? Yokai Watch did it where if you got a penalty if you ever tried to touch the system clock. So yeah, they could have done that.
They want you to cheat. I'm almost certain of it.
They don't want you to cheat, Carl.
They left the option in it. Don't tell me they could.
Carl's got a point. They want you to I wouldn't say cheat, but they give you the option to abuse the system in place, because if they really did want you to not abuse it, like you said, they could have done, because plenty of games are starting to do that. And like I said, example of Yokai Watch, the way to stop people from using the medallion machine and abusing that, they tell you, hey, look, if at the beginning of the game it tells you if you touch the system clock, you're going to get some errors and it's going to mess some stuff up. So they could have done that if they wanted to. Obviously, it was in the back of their minds. I wouldn't for a second think it wasn't. And it was probably deliberately done.
Mm-hmm.
Like you said, I don't necessarily want to say they wanted you to cheat, but they give you that option to abuse
I'll accept
the systems
that,
in place.
Either way, I do have a lot of things going on. Somebody named D says, sounds like you'd enjoy the Amico. Those games appear to require less of a time commitment. But they actually look fun.
He also has one pre-ordered, by the way.
Yeah, Finbar says your turnips can get spoiled if you mess with the system clock. So there you go.
I mean, it's turnips, but if you don't use turnips, then you don't have to worry about it. Yeah. I don't use turnips.
See, the issue with I have a unique issue because my situation is not everybody's situation. Single father. I work full time. I'm a single father. I do YouTube. I also worry about the website that I run. So I have like three or four jobs that I do every day.
Animal Crossing is a second time full time job. And and here's the thing, and I do put a lot of spare time that I do have, unfortunately, does get put in gaming. But there's so much other stuff that I play and I want to get to, that Animal Crossing is just not a game that it looks good, it looks fun, but it's not a game I'm ready to sink. Because at the end of the day, it's like, what am I going to get out of it? It's just like almost like a never-ending game, right?
Gary is going to get his kids the game Postal.
I do have. I don't know if I talked to you. What was it, 2 weeks ago? I told you that I was upset with you and a bone to pick with the Hunt Down, and I said it was a fantastic game. I'm going to tell you, after I finished that game, my favorite game of all time. Hands
I'm
down,
glad you like it, but
favorite game of all time, and that's huge. That's big. That was I haven't played a game that I've loved so much and
I couldn't
hoped
play
for a
it
sequel.
like I can't play it like other people can. That's why I didn't like it.
That game was phenomenal.
You know what we're gonna do, Gary? We're gonna buy Carl one of those magnifying glasses they used to put over the TVs in the old days, so everything blows
that won't work.
There we go.
That's not the issue. It's just the colors. It's like the colors like.
Well, there's so much. I think there's just so much going on that I can understand. I can understand what Carl's saying. There's so much detail to the game, and I totally understand where he's coming from, because there are certain games nowadays where there's so much going on at the screen that it's just like, whoa, this is just too much for me. That's what's going on here.
I like to play slow. That game, you have to go fast, especially when you're at the bosses.
You do. You have to hit cover perfectly. You have to dip into shadows.
I suck at platforming. Yes. I need to play my game slow, and
the AI is not forgiving it either. It's pretty smart. So
I'm not
get
saying
what he's saying.
It's a badly designed game.
Well, it's just not. It's
if
just
you
not
can play it, if you can play it, it's a great game.
It's just not for Carl.
Right.
It's literally not. Those developers don't like me. So
number one game though, and that's big because, like I said, I got over 1,000 games in my collection, and to boot that to the top of number one game of all time for me, that was fantastic. I highly hope they make a sequel to that game.
Well, I'm glad you like it.
Well, it looks like I might have to get it. I will have to get the hunt down to break this tie as far as whether or not the show likes it.
You'll probably like it, but it's I just can't play it.
My favorite part to that game is you're playing the second. They have it broke down in 4 sections. You're playing the I can't remember what the name of the first gang is, and then you have the misconducts. The number one suspects are 4th, and I can't remember the fire seekers are like the 3rd stage, and then each like level area is broken down into each bad guy. And the best part of the game is getting to the misconducts are like the hockey players, and you get to the moment where you get on the elevator and you're going up to fight the boss. And obviously the boss is reminiscent of when the Warriors have their in the movie The Warriors, when they have the big speech of all the gangs kind of combined, except for it's basically just the boss talking to all of the thugs in the misconduct gang, is probably my favorite part. And it's just the storytelling in that game without actually telling story, but letting the animations and the backgrounds and everything going on convey that story. It's having to tell you a story without the dialogue. And that's something I think is missing in a lot of games nowadays. I mean, it's there, but like Carl says, you play newer games today, I think there's just so much going on that you don't, like, you play like a new Gears of War or a new Halo, and in a 3D space, it's really hard to convey a story and trying to catch bits and pieces of what's going on. It's hard, but in this game with all the things going on, it just tells such a grand story of these gangs kind of going at each other and what's going on in the world without the dialogue. And I thought it was fantastic.
Oh, Ray is here, by the way.
Oh, okay. Well, if Rhea, if you could let me know if you've gotten your copy of Swords of Ditto yet or not. We had a discussion earlier, and I talked to the guys and said that I got kicked out of my my Outlook email, so I can't check whether or not that's been shipped out. Or I figured that game would be shipped out right away because I thought those were copies they were holding on to, but I haven't received my copy yet. So,
all right, we're gonna get to this comment from Blind Braille. He says, "I have a hard time getting into New Horizons. New Leaf was much better. Potion Sword Run, what's up?" He says, "Exactly why I stopped playing Stardew Valley. It was a second life." Oh, I love Stardew Valley. That takes up a lot of my time. So I can't have 2 second lives. Finbar says, "Do yourself a favor, Gary. Don't get into it. It's addictive but hollow." Mr. 804 says, "I hate colors and stuff going on."
What was he talking about? Was he talking about
that's why
Animal Crossing?
Who, 804 or Finbar?
He said, "Don't get into it. It's hollow." Who was that?
Finbar. He was talking about.
Is he talking about? Oh, okay, Animal Crossing.
I mean, hollow.
It looks good, and that's the thing. It just seems like, okay, you're gonna collect some stuff for the museum and cut down some trees. It just seems like a game that I at least like my games to have like an ending to an extent, and that just seems like an open-ended, just keep playing and playing and playing and playing kind of game. And while it looks like it could be fun, it looks like a lot of time to invest. And then what is my reward after putting $40 to $100 into it, other than having, to me,
put 40 to 100 hours into it again.
But see, even like on a game like Roller Coaster Tycoon, where I think it's like where it's never ending, it's a sim type game. And what's the end product that I get for playing something like Roller Coaster Tycoon for like 40 to 100 hours? Oh, well, my park is just so expansive. Every moment you put into it, something like Minecraft. So Minecraft is the same way, right? There's no really end game to Minecraft, but at the end of the day, the more time you put into it, the more. I mean, I guess you could say the same thing about Animal Crossing, but to me, there's something more. Like, I understand why Minecraft players play Minecraft. If you're playing Minecraft in the sense that you're building something that's just magical, right? Where you go into it and you're like, wow, look at what I built. And if I'm sure there's Minecraft players who have been playing their same Minecraft like level for over a decade, right? And they just keep adding more attention to detail to their world. So I can understand that, but Animal Crossing doesn't come across to me like that. Like, I'm sure you could put a lot into Animal Crossing, but it's still Animal Crossing, if that makes any sense.
Years ago, when I was playing Animal Crossing, I tried making my house creeper proof.
All right. So what's up, Rhea? She says, "Good evening. Hope everything is well."
Yeah, everything's cool. Lady of the land.
Did she hear me? Rhea, did you get your copy of Swords of Ditto yet?
I don't know if she's still here. She says just dropping a comment and like, so she might be in and out.
Oh, in and out. The old in and out.
She probably doing
the old Vito
streaming, so she's probably over there. Luke says, I can't sit and play a game with no end objective. I feel like I'm just wasting time for nothing. Yeah, I get that. Potion Sword Run says, I get you. There's no payoff really, especially given it's single player.
I mean, like, I'm one of those. Go on.
No, he trailed off. He said that's what the.
Oh. And yeah, I don't know, because like I said, Roller Coaster Tycoon, does it really have a payoff other than, I mean, the original? I'm talking about the original. You get to a point where you're like, okay, I cleared what I had to, the objectives that I had to clear. I unlocked another level. But for me, when I played that game, it was like, wow, how can I make my park look like just absolutely stunning, right? You're building layers and layers on top of, you're building all these walkways and all these roller coasters and all this stuff. And I mean, you could sit there for, ever building but the payoff was, look at what I've built. And I feel like Minecraft is like that. I just don't feel Animal Crossing's like that. As much as you do, it's still going to look like Animal Crossing. And there really isn't a payoff.
I like the fact that you can customize your theme park to be thematical.
Oh yeah.
That's what I like about it. It's not like Animal Crossing New Horizon, where you have to build houses a specific way. No, you can just shape your park however you want. However you meet those objectives, that's fine. But you have to meet those objectives in Roller Coaster Tycoon.
I still stand. They need to bring that game back to the original format.
I thought they were going to. Oh yeah, right.
But I mean, they've done it. I think they're like up to like Roller Coaster Tycoon 5, but nothing beats the original. I think the original had the perfect feel to it. And maybe fun. Maybe that's because it has like they didn't go all 3D and make it look like it has like I think it's got pixel graphics, if I'm not mistaken.
I like how you can customize the customers or whatever.
Oh, yeah, you could do all kinds. You can give them names. You could do all kinds of stuff in that.
You can even make a Tony customer and torture him.
Oh no!
Lock him in the fun house.
Saggy says Minecraft is boring. I agree. She says Animal Crossing over Minecraft. They're about equal in my book.
Or better yet, I'll tell you another fun activity: play The Sims. Build a fire trap and take all the doors out.
No, see that. When it came to Sims, I'd build a box, which was your house, and then stuff it with arcade games and big TVs, and have the robbers come over and steal all your stuff, and then after that, you would just let the guy like starve to death. No, you take away the kitchen and the bathroom. I was sadistic.
That's an interesting idea. See how you can kill Tony, TGD, and The Sims.
Let's not do that.
What do you say, folks? We could even have a contest.
D wants to know: do you plan on doing a comprehensive review of the Amico once it comes out? I do. If the Amico comes out, I have someone who offered a Founders Edition to be sent my way.
Ooh.
So as soon as that ships, we'll be doing a review. It won't be a teardown, obviously, because it won't be my Founders Edition, so I won't be able to tear it down or anything. But we'll be able to take a look at the games and see what's going on. And with that, I think it's time we transition to the title of the video, the title of the stream.
Starting with Have an Amico Days comment. Amico games are illegal.
Are they? We're going to talk about Tank. That's what I think we should lobby for Tank Battle to be called Tank.
It's kind of ironic that Amico or Intellivision has a game called Tank. Are they alluding to?
No, they don't have a game called Tank.
Or is it not
Tank
called?
Battle.
Okay, all right.
Well, I'll explain when we get to there. We're almost there, Gary. Keep your shirt on. Don't be like Carl.
I was trying to make a joke, but it fell flat on that one. I thought it was called Tank.
Screw you and the horse you came in.
Why would you want to screw the horse he came in? If he already came in it, I think he screwed it already.
Ooh, gross.
Blinded Braille says, is the Amico really coming out in early 2022, like April?
No. It's coming out in 2025 or beyond. I keep telling you people that.
From my understanding, I do not feel like it's coming out that early. I think it's maybe coming out next October. Maybe. It's a hard maybe.
Mm-hmm. And I do have to say one thing. God damn you, Panic. All you had to do was get the play date out by the end of the year, and you would have given no ammo to Tommy Tallarico in Intellivision Entertainment. But damn it, you couldn't do it. So now you gave everybody a little bit of ammo to talk about it.
I heard about the fuck up too.
Well, it's a bummer, and obviously, this is their first boo-boo. I think. I mean, they did push it back. To be fair, I think about a year ago it got pushed back a little bit. And obviously they didn't set a date though. That was the thing. They never really set a date, so you can't say they're on the same level as Intellivision. You know, Intellivision and Tommy had specifically stated dates that they did not hit multiple times. Panic did say late 2021. So this is their first hiccup.
I think you mean Intellivision Project Red.
Yeah.
Well, Gary, you missed all the action. You missed all the Amico news.
Yeah,
I've missed so much, and like I said before, the whole Tank debacle was pretty much all I've covered in the last few days. There was so much that I figured I'd just kind of not go over it and see what you guys could surprise me with tonight. So,
there's been so much over the past 2 weeks. It's like a never-ending story from the Amico. So we have the recent battle tanks. Well, I should say Armor Battle, because originally the game was called Armor Battle in the August 5th reveal trailer. It then became Battle Tanks, and then it became Tank Battle, which is why we're calling it Tank now, as the possible next evolution of the name.
You know what was a great tank game? Sorry, I have to take this little journey. Tiny Tank on the PlayStation.
Tiny Tank. Not sure I played that one.
Ooh, you need to look
There
at
was-
you need to look at the movie. You need to look at the game trailers for that on YouTube sometime.
There was a really cool tank game that was released, I believe, for the 3DS a few years back that looked really interesting. I haven't played any tank game in a long time.
All right. Let's get back to it. Sorry about that.
So what Gary has missed is that the Gen X Gamer Challenge was completed, and he did make a profit. He made a tiny little profit, enough to win the bet, mostly because the games were for charity or that they couldn't be sold individually by Intellivision yet. So,
well, we know how I feel about that. It was a bogus challenge, but it was for a good purpose, so we can let it go under them terms. So,
yeah, and then we had Intellivision, sort of a UI reveal, accidental UI reveal, and some glitches, and of course a secret project. So you might have missed that.
Oh, wouldn't that be nice?
I need to say something quick to have an Amico Day. I told you no zero talk, or I'll kick you out of the chat room.
Yeah, we're not talking about the Amico.
This isn't the zero talk channel. If you use your platform for that, or I'll boot you out immediately. I will make the extra effort to do it.
Which console am I looking forward to the most? Amico, Steam Deck, or Playdate? For me, the Steam Deck, because I have a lot of Steam games that I need to play. The laptop's not really up to snuff, so I'll be able to play them on the Steam Deck, which I do have pre-ordered.
It is still kind of a bummer that they're going to be. I don't know if we talked about it weeks back, but the different groupings of what is playable, because thinking about it, obviously, by the time this thing comes out, there are going to be games that are just not playable on it. But when I thought about it initially when it was announced, I was like, oh man, when this thing comes out, you're going to be able to play all these games. But obviously it can't handle everything, right? But I'm hoping that there is a lot of what's the word I'm looking for, a lot of games that are accepted that will be able to be played on this, and that
I'll tell you what,
games that can play, hopefully they're supported, right? There's a lot of support for the games. That hopefully a lot of games aren't being excluded.
Go ahead, Carl.
I'll tell you what, any comments, any questions to me I miss, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll put down an email address in the comments section or something that you all can reach me, and you can ask me questions there, okay?
Yeah, it's hard for Carl and Gary.
It's really hard for me to follow the chat, so I apologize.
What were you going to say, Tony?
It's hard for the two of you to follow the chat, and I'm on another screen.
I actually just flipped over to it. I have been following it a lot more now that I realized I can.
I think Mike Garcia asked me a question. So, what was the question you asked?
Uh-oh. What did you ask, Mike? Stop asking questions.
He asked me something, but while Mike gets to it, let's continue with the discussion, okay?
He says, I miss the old Move On Amico days. It's not for you, memories. Well, like I was saying, they at the Crayola event, someone who is not a shill, not a hater, just some random individual contacted me, gave his experience with the console, said that there was some glitches. There was some, what's the word I'm looking for here, Carl? Unexpected
Hiccups.
Fuck-ups?
Fuck-ups, hiccups. Pick one.
And, of course, people were calling him a liar. He did provide evidence. And so I did a video on that. You might have missed that, Gary, because you were...
You said this was just a random YouTuber? And
no, not a YouTuber. Just a random person.
Oh, and they're calling him... who is attacking him? The fans or Tommy or...
Well, the fans. Whenever somebody says, hey, this wasn't as good as you said it was, or... I played it and it wasn't good, because remember, the thing is, everybody who plays it loves it. Anyone who played it loves it. So this was someone coming out and saying, I didn't really love it. I played it. I didn't really.
So this was someone as a non-established hater, right? They had no position to this. They came out and they just gave their honest opinion, and they were exiled and beaten and thrown in the back, I guess.
All right, so Mike Garcia was asking about the Intellivision. See, Mike, we don't want the Intellivision Zero talk here, because this is Tony's platform for his videos, not Tommy Zero's YouTube channel.
Well, and we also get sidetracked a lot too. We've discussed this in the past. I think to not get sidetracked and to keep this stream down to 5-6 hours, we can't go into that.
Yes, it's a very bootable topic. I'm just tired of people trying to upstage the panel members. I don't like it. I think it's rude. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
I think you guys just like grinding Carl's gears here.
And I've actually booted Tommy Zero yesterday for it.
But let's move on to what else is going on with this.
All right, yeah.
Has it moved from anything other than a dumpster fire, or are we still looking at this?
No, it's kind of gotten worse. It went right into. Sorry, you go ahead.
I was going to say, here is the one of the images. As you can see, this game Atomsphere, or this app, whatever you want to call it, was asked about on Facebook, where Hans Ippisch, he said, the working title of a project that will be announced later that year. So Hans is confirming that Atomsphere is some sort of project that will be announced later that year. I had no idea. No one has mentioned anything about it since.
I mean, there's not much time left in the year.
Yeah.
So that's probably something that'll get pushed back till early next year, maybe.
Well, I looked up Atomsphere, right? Because I had to investigate, see
right?
What the hell.
Of course.
And if you look up Atomsphere, the only thing that comes up is a app that's kind of like a Android cloud thing that it allows connection to a web store. It's from Dell Boomi. So I think that's actually not a secret project. I think that's part of their back end that you weren't supposed to notice.
I mean, you think these are things that they would clean up if they're going to show this stuff, right? But clearly that's not one of their strong suits. We're always seeing hiccups and little boo-boos that they didn't catch.
Yeah,
boo-boos. This is a Chernobyl level disaster.
No, we're not at Chernobyl yet, but we're getting there.
We're leading up to it.
This was also sent to me, this image here, as you can see. Wow, that's really zoomed in.
Well, look at that! Look at that overlay. God bless the USA.
So 2 things to notice in this picture. One, the controller is not plugged in and being charged by the console. There's a brick of some sort, over here off screen that you can't see in this picture that all the controllers are plugged into. So for some reason, they're not charging them from the console itself, but rather some sort of a charger.
Now, have they stated what this is? Is this USB-C to just USB or?
Yeah, I believe it's a USB.
Okay.
But as you can see, this is
yeah.
Astro Smash is what he's playing. The image is inverted. According to the person who sent me the image, this wasn't a case of the image was, locked into position and then he turned the controller upside down to take a picture. According to him, he was playing it and then it just inverted on its own.
Ooh, oops, oof.
Now, okay. So it's not because of the camera then,
right?
The
claim by people who are trying to dispute this is saying that actually, he must have had the controller one way. It was locked in place. Then they had to plug it in, so he turned it upside down so he could plug it in from the top. And that the image never fixed itself because he didn't enable the gyroscope to fix. The man who sent me this is claiming that it did it on its own. I wasn't there, wasn't over his shoulder, can't dispute it. So take that for what it is.
I mean, if you didn't have a track record of things going south all the time, I could go, okay, I'll give you a pass. But we're on like mistake number 1001 now, so it is what it is.
Do you think if you play an Amico game backwards, that you get the same kind of stuff that happens in the movie The Gate?
No, that movie's a good movie though.
Or is it more like if you play like what, the Beatles record or Pink Floyd backwards, you're gonna
I'll eat your soul and Lamborghini suck.
You sound muffled, Gary. What's going on over there?
Oh, I'm muffled?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe my hand's on the mic here or something. Is that
there
better?
You go. Now we can hear you.
Okay,
clearer.
I think it was, yeah.
All right. So as you can see in this picture here, we got Shark going on the left. And we got this screen here on the right. We're going to zoom in on it. Okay. So as you can see, this I'm being told is not the UI. I was told this was the developer UI. But as you can see here off to the left, we know it's now confirmed that this says Amico home menu. And I believe this image here is the current UI or the UI build that is on this particular console. It's a bunch of circles, like little TV screens with a bigger TV screen here.
Well, they had shown something to that degree before, right?
Yeah. Mr. 804 says it looks like an Android TV UI. It does.
Yeah, pretty much.
Maybe it is. This is the hardware. I mean, look at the hardware. I mean, and I remember saying once to Generational Gamer that it looks like an Android box, and basically said, "No, it doesn't."
Well, it is based on Android, so
yeah, specs even prove that.
Okay, so what do we got out? What else do we got on the disaster train?
Well, after that,
there was a Boston event here recently, wasn't there?
There was a Boston event where it wasn't an official event, apparently.
One of those last minute announcements, huh?
Well, what happened was the claim is that they were going to have the event more official, and the original location canceled on them due to factors that I can't reveal. I was told.
You mean they heard about Tommy Tallarico, right?
No.
Okay.
No, Carl.
All right.
So we're not going to discuss why it was closed, but this is from the Boston event.
All right. Okay, that's fair.
So at the last minute, Atari Creed was able to contact 2 locations, and he got them both set up for 4-hour events. From my understanding, the crowds were not that big. It was mainly Amico fans or people that were friends of the Amico fans. A few YouTubers that haven't really covered the Amico showed up. One seemed very indifferent to the whole experience. Didn't make no videos from either of these 2 bigger YouTubers. No videos. I think 1 or 2 tweets. Just saying that they were there, and it was all right. It worked. It functioned as advertised. But as you can see from this screen, this is the same home screen. As you can see right there, a clearer shot of Amico home menu. Now, here's the interesting thing. I didn't discuss this in my video, but they have a Play Store icon here and an Android icon.
Oh, that's weird.
So I don't understand why they would have a Play Store if this is even in the development UI of the Amico. Why they would
Is that actually on that, or is that the TV?
That's this. This is the Amico that's connected to the TV. This is what.
But I'm saying that's not like that's not like a smart TV option bar or nothing weird like that. You think? Is it?
Not to my understanding, because I believe it was in the other picture. You could kind of see some of this.
Okay.
Because
Let's
it's
see
not
here.
on
I
the other
think
TV. See,
a question was asked. Let me try and find it quick. Is about the controllers. Here it is. Rambling Man was asking with Rumble control. What are the Rumble controllers like?
with Rumble controllers, yeah, they have haptic feedback. From my understanding, the controller vibrates during certain things.
And if you activate a certain functions, you can use the Amico controllers to give yourself a happy ending.
I'm not sure if that's true or not, Carl. I'll take your word for it. But as you can see, we got baseball here, battle tanks, biplanes. What I incorrectly said was block slide is a blank slate. Cornhole, this unknown game, but it looks like a darts game. Bullseye dart, Deadeye dart, possibly. Dino Blasters, Evil Knievel, Finnegan Fox, Flying Tigers. Again, if this is an Android Smart TV bar, I don't understand why it would be on the screen currently. Is because as you can see on the other TV, they don't have the bar while they're playing the game. So the only options for that would be A, if the TV was actually running the Amico stuff through the Android store or something and not actually off of the console, or B, this is actually part of the developer UI. And again, like I said, you got Amico home menu. Now, there was an interesting theory that was proposed saying that perhaps this was, I'm going to get this right. They said it was the Android TV modified, the Android app, Android TV app, or whatever you want to call it, their UI modified, and that this Amico home menu is actually an app pretending to be UI. It's not actually a real UI. It's just like an app that they run to make it look like they have the UI done.
I have some experience with this sort of setup with the Amazon Fire tablets. I don't know if you have one, Tony or Gary.
No, I don't.
It's basically very really, really limited. Even then, like, the marketplace doesn't work the way it should. So,
I mean, I definitely don't see. I wouldn't put it past them that they would pull something like that.
Yeah, so I don't know. It could be quite possible that it is part of the TV screen, this bar on the side.
Oh,
I don't know.
yeah.
But definitely this Amico home menu. Why it's here as an app. As you can see, it's smaller than the games for some reason. Same thing with this Dart thing. It's smaller than the other apps. So I don't know if that means anything. I don't know if they just bad at what they do.
Well, we all know they're bad at what they do, but that's neither here nor there.
So that was that.
Oh, hey, Rambling Man actually made a good point. Random Man, sorry for getting them wrong, said, "Wonder if we went on and the Play Store found all the apps." That's a good question. You probably have to know what they're actually called.
56K Warning said would be hilarious if it's running Android 4.0. Anthony EFX says that is Android TV 2.0 or it looks exactly like it. Mike says apparently they are dev units. That's an excuse I keep hearing, but they should have a dev unit shouldn't be running Android TV or something else to that effect. It should be running Amico hardware, Amico OS, and all that.
It's all smoke and mirrors, folks.
Someone said here. Oh, you go first. You go first.
He's more technical than I am, so he says Android TV runs on lots of ARM32 boards. You could fork Android TV source and build your own boot image.
There you go. Tommy Tallarico is today modern day. What's his name?
We'll get to Tommy Tallarico.
David Copperfield.
Lorenzo says if it does run Android, that should be advertised as a selling point. Well, here's the thing. It's running on Android, but it does not connect to the internet or anything. So, Rambling Man says only 8 boxes and 3 dev units. Tommy keeps them in his truck along with sweeties and puppies.
I said it
more
before.
Than 8 boxes now, Rambling Man. They made a few more. They made a few extras.
I said it before, and I'm going to say it again. Tommy Tallarico is very much like Napoleon. Though Tommy is probably shorter than him, so.
Well, Napoleon was not actually short. That was just
he was Napoleon was actually average, but the place that measured him at the time used some weird measurement system. So he only seemed short, but wasn't. No, he's actually very average. He was actually very average in height. See, folks, I can talk about other people in history.
Okay, so to continue on with the stuff that Gary has missed.
All right, yeah.
We did get a new update about the release date. I know people were asking about it. And Tommy has made a personal, unofficial statement, which I'm not sure if that means we should just ignore it if it's unofficial. It says, and I'll read it again. It says, "Hi, everyone. I see that there has been some talk and confusion about different release date potential, so I just wanted to clear it up with one statement so it saves me time and having to respond to every comment. We have not made any announcements about delivery dates as we still do not know ourselves. The March 31st, 2022 date on GameStop is merely a placeholder that we did not pick or have anything to do with. We are certainly aiming to get Founders Editions out as soon as possible. We hope to have more information soon. Anything official will be done through our mailing list. Thank you for all your continued patience and excitement. Just know that we are trying our best to release it ASAP. Red Heart. We have such a great day in Boston on Sunday, as a lot of you are seeing videos and posts and hear about. A quote-unquote hater even showed up, his words, not mine, and by the end of it said that his mind was completely changed and that he now realized that everything he heard about Amico was completely wrong and based on misinformation and lies. You don't say emoji with hearts. Anyway, just wanted to clear up the release date thing and to let everyone know that when we have a definitive date, You will be hearing about it through our official mailing list. Thank you for your continued support. Heart, heart, heart.
Okay, so who is this supposed hater that changed his mind?
Alpha Dog on YouTube, who no one knows who it is, who is running the account. It's almost a brand new account, like 3 months old.
Oh, okay. That seems like a genuine hater. Made a lot of like you told me Darius Truxton went to the event and was like a changed man. Then you got me.
Well,
But if we're going by some guy that's a nobody, you're a nobody. Okay, I guess I just got to take Tommy's word for it.
I ran into Alpha Dog a few times, but I don't know if it's him or an alt. So
who knows? Anthony EFX says, "Can I post a link to a picture?" I don't think links will go in the chat, but if you send me the link on Twitter or Discord, I'll put it up.
And the email address is amicorocks at geekgetaway.com.
It's not. Don't. People are going to try to email that email address, bro. It's not real. No, we don't do that.
I'm sorry. Couldn't resist. Sorry.
So if you hit me up on Twitter, it is at the Geek Getaway. And if you hit me on Discord, you should know where I'm at if you're on Discord. Yes, Ray is on vacation. Oh, look at that.
Ooh, that's cool.
There you go. If you're on vacation, get the hell off your phone and enjoy the vacation.
So what do you think about this personal and unofficial statement, Gary?
I think it was it's more of the same. It's basically just to update and I think it's geared towards people who are coming in who are more fresh and more new to it, because basically all you're saying is GameStop's date isn't official, and I kind of knew that going into it, that a lot of the times when you look up things that are really have no date, and you either get around a March date or a December 31st date, it's usually a placeholder date, so it's nothing new there. To say that a hater is now a changed man, he has seen the light. If you were to say that it was a you or a Carl or a me or someone who has kind of a bigger voice in this fight, that they've changed their opinion on it, I might go and say, okay, well, maybe I need to reserve it a little bit. But again, I still stick to this, this thing where I've played enough games, I've seen enough stuff. I don't have to play something. Like I said, I don't have to play Astro Smash to know that it looks good and it looks like I can enjoy that game. Is it going to be what sells me on the console? No. I think you still need, a lot of work to go into this for it to be successful. So,
hey guys, sorry, go on.
I was just gonna say the message is just more of the same. It's nothing new. It's just a repeat of stuff that's pretty much been said in the past.
So guys, did you know I could totally flap my arms and fly around like a bird? I mean, this guy can say he's a hater and everything else, and I can flap my arms like a bird and fly.
Can you, Carl?
Yeah,
so Anthony EFX, I put you as a moderator, so hopefully you'll be able to send that link in the chat. I think it's weird that Tommy made a personal, unofficial statement about an official topic.
It is weird.
I don't understand why he wouldn't just say, hey, here's what I know about the release date.
Now, this was on his Twitter?
No, this was on his private Facebook group that he's a moderator on.
Okay, and this is not directed towards any investors or...
Well, just the investors that are part of the Facebook group.
Oh, okay. Okay, there we go. Yeah, there you go. Oh yeah, well, P, if you've heard anything bad about the Amico, well, there's just people who are changing their minds now. They've seen the light. So It's more bullshit if you ask me. It's just
Don't you
stop talking, put the damn console out already.
don't you have to sacrifice a chicken to be in the cabal?
Possibly. All right, here's Anthony FX is putting this. Somebody, now I gotta go to fucking YouTube. I can't click a link on fucking StreamYards. Now I gotta go to fucking YouTube.
Yeah, it's such a pain.
I gotta mute the site so there's no feedback. The things I do for you guys.
Hello? Oh,
right.
Damn it.
What'd you do,
Oh,
Carl?
well. I was just seeing if there was an echo.
All right. So,
Also, Tommy Uyamika, while I'm at it, I got the name for your next song, Disaster Train.
Disaster Train it is. All right. So here is the image that he wanted us to see. So yeah, I think that is pretty close to the UI that we're seeing. This Android TV one, with the exception of the search bar for YouTube missing. And
So hold on, are we saying that was a part of the TV, or that's just like snaked from the program on the UI, or what are we saying here?
We're saying we don't know. It could have been either one. It could have been part of the TV, which is
okay.
odd why it was on the TV at the time, or it could be part of their development kit.
Who knows at this point?
Yeah.
Oh wait, I know because I know everything.
So, I mean, what do you think the chances are that Tommy's controllers might actually? You know how the Wii U can access like the TV, like you can input the.
No, Gary, the controller's not powerful enough for that.
No.
No.
Hey, I'm trying to get.
Let me stop you right there before you go off on that tangent. What some people, like I said, some people are speculating that these quote unquote dev units are actually Android boards inside a plastic shell. Some people have even suggested that maybe there's just an old cell phone taped under the plastic. So
I mean, anything's possible with this dumpster fire. So
I mean, no one would have thought that they would have put a SNES Mini inside a Jaguar shell, but stranger things have happened. Okay, so you also missed this. This was another post on the private Facebook group. Someone wanted to know, says, of course it was, keep working hard, but I got to ask, where are some of the licensed titles we were told about? Tommy responded, can you give me more specifics on which titles? We have a lot of contracts in place, but haven't yet started working on things as we need to space things out. Let me know which ones you are specifically interested in. Thanks.
Well, can I stop that for a moment? And did you listen to what they said? Haven't started on yet.
Yep.
That definitely proves that some of these. I don't know if you say some or much, so I'll leave it to you all. But X number of games are not finished yet, or even begun. So that's more to the fire for the.
Does he even have the? I mean, it's Data East. Do you really think a game like Bad Dudes? I thought there was no violence. Like a game like Bad Dudes is going to come to the Amico. Like it doesn't make any sense.
Well,
it's going to be
in the original Portland Retro Game Expo. Bad Dudes was specifically pointed out as something coming to the Amico.
Well, I understand that, but obviously, all I'm trying to say is that with the contradictions that have been running rampant in the company,
he can always call.
I don't know what to base anything off of when one thing is said and another thing is done.
He could always rename it to Happy Dudes.
Throwing hearts at people and kisses.
Or Fabulous Dudes.
Okay, so Tommy Amico says FCC compliance is a big deal. Pretty much only Tony brings it up. Yeah, because everyone else just says, well, Tommy says they're done. Well, they're not done. They're not on the website.
Not even by his own admission.
Whether or not this is going to be a quick process where they're actually going to pass and they just have to file some paperwork or not, does not somehow magically make the FCC compliance done. You have to either you're done or you're not done. And it's not on the website, so they're not done.
Right. It's just more relevance is basically, the only thing that we can at least talk about. It's relevant to at least discuss.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is a lot of the Amico super fans, the cabal, as Rambling Man likes to call them.
I actually like that instead of cult myself.
They take Tommy at his word, and Tommy has said, "We've passed. We just there's reasons why we might not have put in the final paperwork." Well, here's the thing: you don't go to the FCC, take the test, and then say, "Hey, don't put in the paperwork." That's not how it works. You go there, you pass, and they put the paperwork in. So either you go there and you pass, or you didn't go there yet. Now, passing at home, right? Now testing it at home and saying, "Hey, we're supposed to fall under a certain whatever," and we've done it at home with our machines. We've passed, right? That's not the same as passing at the FCC.
Right, and there's no other reason to hold this back. I mean, we've gone over this so many times.
Yeah, but would you say Tommy's like, I took a practice SAT and I got a 1700 on it, so what do I got to take a real SAT for?
Would you say it's more like
to have it official? That's the point.
Yeah.
Would you say it's more like passing gas?
No. Hey, what's up? Shows in the house.
Hey, what up? And Rambling Man.
Yeah, Rambling Man and Dacia Noob joined us, and Rando Man. Beefy's here. Anthony EFX popped in. Gogo 13. We're up to 34 people now.
All right. All the I'm glad to be back, boys.
You guys are cool.
The train is down the tracks. Get on it or watch us pass you by.
Train, get down the tracks and going to crush some fears.
So the person replied, said, let's start with the Data East titles, Burger Time, Lock and Chase, Bad Dudes, etc. And of course, there was a follow-up from Tommy. Anyone want to hazard a guess as to what the follow-up entailed?
Oh, you tell us. I have a feeling it's going to be more interesting that way. Or Gary wants to hazard a guess. Come ride the train until it crashes big time.
No, that's not how the song goes, Carl. You don't remember the Come and Ride the Train song?
No.
Oh my God. Well, we're going to play that next after we show what Tommy's response was.
I was thinking more like that's that old sitcom. What's it called? Whatever.
Rando Man says, to be serious, a while ago there was an announcement, I think, from a headquarter bid, and they said they passed all the RF shielding, etc. testing and passed. Said it was all done. Yeah, they keep saying that they passed. But the FCC website, is last time I checked, they had not. And Tommy would be shouting from the rooftops if they got FCC compliance done, buttoned up, and it's on the website.
Petticoat Junction.
He has interns watching the show, and it'll be the first thing he screams from the rooftops when it's done.
Petticoat Junction. I was kind of trying to reword the lyrics.
Yeah, Tommy's claiming that he's holding it back because Nintendo, Sony, and Microsoft are chomping at the bit to steal all the ideas from Intellivision. They want to see those internal documents so they can make their own Android box. So here was Tommy's response. He says, Burger Time has been started. We haven't started Lock and Take or Bad Dudes yet. Someone says, how's it looking for Gauntlet? He says, we don't have the license yet, been focused on the launch, but it's definitely towards the top of my to-do list.
Wait. Gauntlet? Isn't that game notoriously hard?
Yeah, it is. And no matter what version you play.
They want children to play that?
It's got violence in it too, so
it says
yeah.
Would be the perfect 4-player Amico game, and imagine the cool stuff we can do with the controller screens. We've seen no cool stuff with the controller screens already, so I don't imagine any cool stuff that they could possibly have. Right, because we've seen that it's just basically static images.
Well, I mean, as far as they're gonna, nothing special, right? But you give me a little static screen of like the wizard or the elf or whatever, and like little cool screen. I guess that's all you're gonna get from it. I mean, at this point, my imagination's not running wild of what it could be. It's just gonna be like, well, what's the best art we can slap on this fucking turd?
The sad tragedy of it all. The console really doesn't look that bad.
Well, here's the thing, though. To touch on what Tommy said here, do you guys think that Burger Time started on? Do you think this is going to be a port with Amico exclusive features from what was the new one that just released, like the Super Burger Time Deluxe, or do you think it's going to be like a port of that game?
I think it'll be a port of some kind of Burger Time party, maybe. I mean, they've shown zero. They've shown zero off of Burger Time, and you'd think, again, if they had something, they would show it. So the only reason they wouldn't show anything would be A, it's a port of an existing game that they know we're going to know, or B, it's really shitty looking.
If they fuck Burger Time up, we'll have I'll have some bad words for Tommy. Yeah.
Tommy Amico. Tommy reminds us that this was a quote from Mr. Tellerico. He says, it's not illegal to manufacture them, just to sell them, as far as not passing the FCC compliance. He's also, Tommy wants us to know that he passed his home sobriety self-test and his drug test at home.
Well, congratulations.
Guys, I'm telling you that's enough of the Intellivision Zero talk. I'm going to start booting their comments in the chat at the moment. And I'm telling you, I will boot anyone with an Intellivision Zero comment. That's not a lie.
Calm down, Carl. It'll be okay. I think he was just making... People can make jokes in the chat.
I will not have that.
Stop oppressing the Intellivision Zero.
Gotta do what you gotta do.
Stop pushing Carl's buttons. Carl's quick on the trigger.
Oh, you bet I am.
This is Nazi Germany.
The Fiora.
Oni64 says the price is the biggest problem with what the system is offering. This is a $100 console at max. It is also one of those.
It's not even $100 con. I'm calling bullshit. It's not even $100 console.
No, you can get two. I mean, to be honest, at $100, I think this thing, that's a bargain. I mean, you got to think about it, Carl. With there are problems going on right now. We all know that the docks and them having problems with containers and the shipment and all this stuff. This is stuff that really is going on right now. And I think when you look at a lot of, like, toys are rising, a lot of stuff is going up in price. I do think that at $100 right now, if this thing comes out in April next year, $100, no problem. You put this on the shelf, a parent walks by it for maybe 2022 Christmas and says, "Oh man, $100. What is this thing? Who cares?" At $100, that's disposable. For me, for a very invested person in gaming, and this is why, of course, we're not being marketed towards. It's a waste of money at $250 simply for the fact that something that does not have a guaranteed lifespan, I cannot see myself, and I've said it 1,000 times, and I'll say it till the day I die, I will not put that money. It's a waste of money to me for $250 when I know, oh man, I could throw that into arcade 1-up cap. I could throw that into a Switch. I could throw that into this. I could throw that into 5 games. It's the uncertainty of where this console's headed, and that's my biggest issue. And
well, I mean, like, okay, the Evercade VS versus, it's going to be probably more
what, 150?
capable. 130. 130 is the price.
Okay.
You get 2 controllers, I think, at that price, and if you 1 or 2 compilations. All I'm saying is, it's not $100 is too much money considering the hardware you can buy for other gaming systems.
And see, and the thing is it comes down to the controllers, right? I personally think if it was $100, the value's there for 2 controllers and what you're getting, but at $250, it's just not there for me.
Yeah, even some of the sorry, you go, Tony.
Let's say I don't think the price is an issue in and of itself. Right, $250 for a console is not too much. We've seen it with the Switch. We've seen it with a PlayStation is like $400. So it's not the price, like, because people are always making this weird argument. Well, $250 is not a lot. No, $250 is not a lot. The price in and of itself is not the issue. The issue is what you're getting for that $250. Like Gary said, you're not getting the value because the games are not new. They're not, the cutting edge games. They're mobile ports. They're small time wasters. They're cheap games that you can get almost anywhere. There's nothing innovative. There's nothing next level. There's nothing must have on the console right now. There's
that right there is its biggest problem. There's nothing unique to say, oh wow, like I gotta experience this and I'll pay anything to experience this. That's its biggest issue.
And like I said, the games that they showed, sorry, Carl.
Sorry.
But the games that they showed are not, they're not pushing the boundaries of the Android technology they got. They could make so much better games, but I don't know if they're inexperienced, if they just pick bad games. These are just what Tommy likes, so fuck it. I don't know. Go ahead, Carl.
You could take one of those, gut out the hardware, put in a karaoke box with LEDs, and have it turn into an ugly Christmas tree and have a blast with it.
Am I going to put the Amico on the top of my tree as the star?
Probably.
Set it to just a laser light show.
If you give me a few days, I'll figure out how it works. But I'm more referencing Metal Jesus' ugly Dreamcast. He basically turned it into an ugly LED karaoke machine, which I reference as an ugly Christmas tree.
Well, I don't follow Metal Jesus, so I have no idea what you're talking about, Carl. I don't follow, like I said, I'll say this again. So
no, I know, I'm just making a reference. I'm just explaining.
I understand. But so everyone's aware, in case you don't know, I do not follow a lot of YouTubers who cover video games or movies, TV shows, and things like that, as I am someone who criticizes these things, who does his own reviews. I always try to avoid others so that my own experience isn't tainted by what other people say. So I don't know a lot of these people. That said, yes, Tommy Amico, I would stream with No Swear Gamer. He seems like a...
You're back.
I don't know. No Swear Gamer is... I think he's into the video game monthly stuff. And everybody who's into that subscription or the what was the other one before that, you get the few games every month, those kind of people to me are sus. I don't know why anybody would, and I guess it's not for me to tell you how to spend your money, but $30-$40 on a subscription box to games that, while everybody likes to say that those games the money that you're paying every month for those subscriptions are in essence worth it, I guess, because they always try to add up the the cartridge cost, to me, it's a big waste of money. I don't trust those people. That's all I'm trying to say.
So No Swear Gamer did do an interview with Atari Creep and Saggy Melons. I think Gary missed the whole Atari Creep Gen X Gamer feud.
The feud? No, that's just before I got sick.
Oh, okay.
So I caught a little bit of that. I caught you guys kind of all going back and forth, and I've talked to Atari Creep on his channel, and me and him did agree back when the physical products came out. I said, hey, when I was being critical, obviously even on here, I said, that was a win for Intellivision. They finally had come out, and Tommy was straight to the point with the products. You basically got to see the lenticular card and all that, and I thought it was a win. So obviously I went and watched like I do. I tend to watch other people's videos with a little bit different point of views, and me and him could at least agree it was a win that day for Intellivision. They had done something right. But all this back and forth kind of stuff, and calling people out and threats, and it is kind of useless, at least to me. We're kind of getting off topic with what we're all here about, right? We just want to see the Amico do something that's fresh and innovative, and we kind of derail every time with these fights and all this other stuff. So it's pointless to me.
Yeah. And I think that brings us back to the tank battle tanks, latest fiasco. So how closely did you follow that fiasco, Gary?
Not close at all.
Oh, Gary. In the words of Beefy, oh, Gary. Well, you see, Tommy, I think about a week ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, said he was going to do some in-depth, deep dive videos on the games they had. During this time, he made no mention that they were work in progress games. They were implied to be finished products. And so Thursday, they released the first deep dive. It was Battle Tanks TM, trademark logo on the Battle Tanks name. Final name to be determined was on the original video. It was a deep dive. And that video was up for about, 4 hours. But you see, what had happened was some eagle-eyed Redditor noticed that the logo, the splash screen, the title screen for Battle Tanks was eerily similar to another game, War Thunder. And so he made a post about it. Shortly thereafter, the video went down, Gary.
Well, isn't that just a big coincidence?
It was delisted. And I'll show the image here. I got it. Queuing it up. As you can see, this is Amico Deep Dive Intellivision Battle Tanks video on top here. Wow, that made that look smaller. And then below it is the Gladiators of Steel Legion War Thunder. I don't know if it's DLC, expansion, some kind of event. And as you can see, it is identical, nearly. We got a different tank in the front.
Right.
In the middle.
I did catch, this is the little bit that I caught from whoever's video. I'm not sure if it was Goose or yeah. I caught that little bit.
So
that they cropped out it a little bit, and yep.
Yeah. And then while the video was down, there was more, because there's always more evidence of borrowed assets, one of which happened to be from the movie Fury, which was a tie-in to a World of Tanks DLC expansion. So they delisted the video, and then they put it back up, and then they deleted it completely, Gary. So then,
Well, yeah, that seems about right.
then Tommy went ahead and deleted all of his Twitter posts about the video, his Reddit post about the video, and his Facebook thread about the video. Which then left us all curious as to what was going on. But don't worry, Gary, because in the middle of the night, a new video popped up called Tank Battle. It was a tank battle deep dive video. And that one was up for about 20 minutes before that mysteriously became privated. And then the next day, on Friday the 19th, a new tank battle video was posted. And of course, it was to be determined, and a mysterious new description was included in the video. A description that Tommy he repeated on Atari Age. And I will get that statement up right now real quick. For those of you who have not seen it, it is something else. I can tell you that much. So I will. Yeah, but in the meantime, Rando Man is right. In the meantime, OEB Pete, a couple other people reviewed it. I reviewed the original Battle Tanks video.
I mean, it's so odd to me that at this stage in the game, do you really think that if you're trying to play this community, that somebody's not going to catch what's going on here? Like, you can't do anything. Everything is under, like, a microscope at this point. You're not getting by anybody.
Well, here's the best part. I almost forgot this, but I was reminded by the chat. In the meantime, after all of this had gone on, people were talking. I got on stream with Mad Max. He was going to actually watch the video. He didn't realize that they had been taken down and all what was going on. So Saggy and Relic were going around comment sections, chat rooms, other places, probably Discords, and telling people that Tommy paid the license for these images, So that we were all wrong. We didn't know what we were talking about.
Like I said, she is I used to think she was non-biased, but now these days I definitely think she's non-biased.
Well, yeah, you're trying to support and you're trying to give someone the benefit of the doubt, but you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. But you didn't listen to us, and our point's been proven time and time again that, look, we understand that he might be your friend, but we've shown, and that's why Tony's done his digging and his research to say that Tommy does this a lot, and that maybe you should take what he says with a grain of salt, or what he does, or what he puts out.
Here's the thing, Gary. Like Carl said, I've had Saggy on the show. She might be listening in the chat somewhere. But she actually came in. I did a live stream on Friday about the video and everything. Or was it Thursday? Might have been Thursday. But she was insistent. She was in the chat saying, Tommy paid for those assets. She has receipts. She's seen the receipts and she has them. And so I said, Saggy, if you have the receipts, send them to me on Discord. I'll take a look at them. I said, I will even take a look at them and not show them if you can't, if you're not allowed to show them, on screen or whatever. I'll just take a look at them and I'll let everybody know that, yeah, it is on the up and up and, everything that's going on. And then she said, oh, I was just being sarcastic. I don't really have receipts. So I'm starting to think that, maybe some of these people are not too honest. They are just, saying things to try to protect Tommy because Tommy's their friend, and that they're willing to put their own reputations on the line for this. No, Mike, I didn't get upset. I got upset that someone would come in and try to derail the chat and try to basically call me out and say that I was lying, only to turn around and say they were being sarcastic.
Who does that?
Yeah.
Right.
So, remember, this is a serious matter, folks. This is plagiarism, stealing assets. This isn't like did Tommy trip? Oh, I have proof he didn't trip. This is a matter of actual importance. People care. This is a thing in the game industry that people care about. This is a thing that's happened repeatedly. Big companies have been accused of it. Nintendo recently was accused of borrowing images from a fan, from some fan creator.
Sorry, go on.
It was some sort of image of Mario that they thought was a official image, and they used it not knowing it was actually fan made. I think they actually did that in one of their videos too, that they had a mock-up of a box that they mistaken for an actual box of a game or something. So this isn't like an Intellivision only problem. This isn't like we've only picked on Intellivision. So go ahead, Carl.
Anyone remember that RGN Dead Cells review?
The one where he plagiarized it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, I mean, this is
just to interrupt you for 1 second. I'll be right back, guys.
Bye.
Yeah, 1 Inch Biceps. CU Podcast got called out for using images from Nintendo Life as part of their thumbnails. So, like I said, this is a serious issue. It's not something to be joked about or to try to be sarcastic in order to call people out. Obviously, I would not want to make accusations about Tommy and them stealing images or borrowing images. I want to get accurate information, and if someone's going to come in and tell me they have receipts, of course I want to see them so I can give my audience the honest truth and let people know. So it was a little annoying for someone to come in and say, "Hey, I got receipts." Oh no, I was just being sarcastic. But while we're waiting for Gary, Carl is going to tell us his opinion. Do you think that plagiarism is a big deal, Carl?
Well, I have a different perspective than most. I kind of did a bit. I did it once and got away with it. But with that said, I shouldn't have. I should have gotten caught. But this is probably in a time where people are less, I want to say, observant. More these days, I probably never would have gotten away with it. And it is wrong. It's wrong because you need to have some semblance of reliability for factors that actually matter. How's that?
Yep. And here's the thing. Never incriminate yourself, Carl. Yeah. 1 Inch Biceps with the hot take. A college student who plagiarizes can be kicked out of college. They know that there's severe consequences for doing this. A journalist plagiarizing will have his whole career ruined. He'll never work in the field again. So I don't understand why they think that this was a small matter. It's not a big deal. I've heard people say they don't care if Intellivision stole these images or borrowed them, because
yes, they do.
They don't care because they just want a fun game. That's all that matters to them. Who cares that? It's a little oopsie. It's not a little oopsie. First off, they didn't know that these things were stolen. And in the 2020 trailer, the August 5th, 2020 trailer, the same images are in that trailer. So it's been over a year. So it's not like this is something new. They should have looked at the images. They should have, ran them through different, reverse image searches. They should have asked the artist for the originals. So even if they've hired people for contract work, there's no excuse. The buck stops with the company. They didn't do any QA. They didn't do any quality control checking. They just assumed that everything was all good, and that's not the way it should be. Yeah, they should know how the images are being created. Exactly. They should have asked, say, hey, let's see the images from scratch. Send me the build. Send me everything. Lorenzo says, you plagiarize, you might become the president of the United States. Robo Blue says, James Rolfe plagiarizing will be just fine. James Rolfe isn't a journalist. He's, it's like stealing jokes. If you're a comedian, they're not going to get the same level of backlash.
Oh, yes, they will. Ever hear of a guy called Carlos Mencia? He got in trouble for big time.
But he even lost more than one joke, and he was never really that funny to begin with. But you're not going to get legal consequences for stealing a joke.
Oh,
you will get legal
that's true.
consequences for plagiarizing in college. You'll get legal consequences for plagiarizing.
Okay, yeah, you're right. You're right.
If I plagiarize someone's review and publish it on my website, I can get legal consequences because I'm stealing, trying to make a profit. Whereas stealing a joke, you're not gonna, no one's gonna sue Carlos Mencia. 1 Inch Bicep says, "Who is Kyle and why does he need to be free?" I believe that's referring to Kyle Rittenhouse.
Can't even go
over. So you're back now, Gary?
I'm not really gone. I just the fam's back and they're all yelling. I got to get out of this room. So just breathe. I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
All right. Robo Blue says Tony might need the context James Rolfe stole from the movie reviews for Monster Madness this year. From my understanding, James Rolfe didn't steal the review. He hired somebody to write a script. That person stole. And then James Rolfe immediately, upon learning it, made a video saying that he took responsibility. He said, this person that I hired, turns out they stole some stuff. I should have double checked. Blah, blah, blah.
He should have done his own work, the lazy bastard.
Not really lazy. I mean, a lot of people who are going to do scripted things, Carl, are not going to do their own work. It's not like James Rolfe is doing, ad-libbed content or just like content like us where it's just free form, Hear
that, hear that, Tommy? If you really want to take Tony down, you got to frame him for plagiarism.
Yeah. Potion Sword Run says, do we know if the War Thunder assets are original and not pre-made graphics that can be bought? They are original. They have in-house artists. And that was not the only game that they stole from or borrowed from. Like Rando Man says, it was from 2 different games and a couple free but non-commercial use websites. Well, here's the thing. The website that they found the images on, Penguin, it's not... how can I explain this? It is a user-generated site, so you could publish any Ping image up there, even something that's copywritten that you don't own. Like I could put in Mario, Sonic, official Xbox images up there. They're not going to take it down. And they also say they don't take responsibility for it. And if you contact them with a DMCA takedown claim, they'll take it down. So they know that these images on their site are not necessarily supposed to be there legally. But they're just basically saying, we're not going to check. If you don't check and let us know, we'll boo-hoo on you. So those images, even if they're put on that website, are not necessarily able to be used by anybody. I think people put not for commercial use just to kind of indicate that they themselves have stolen the image before uploading it.
So are we still kind of on, I heard you guys talking about the plagiarism. You're still talking about that?
Yeah.
Except Tony, because he's the most evil journalist in the world.
Yeah, plagiarism it's not good, right? I mean, here's the thing. If you're taking something and turning it into your own, and it like obviously like a straight, like you go to write, like an essay, you go to write something. Like I used to be big into like doing poems and stuff like that. Obviously, if you're taking content for somebody else, and even if you rework it into your own, but you're using like lines from it, that's wrong, right? It's not, you can't sit there and claim it's yours, right? There's no sense of like accomplishment or anything that's noble about that. When you're doing games and you're doing, obviously if you're doing imagery work, and it all depends when it comes down to, every case is different. If it's a placeholder or it's something that wasn't intended, obviously they took, Intellivision took the Star Fox stuff and plastered it up there. I mean, it's not an issue in the fact that, like, obviously when that game comes out, it's not going to have that stuff there. It's just a bonehead move of why they would do that in the first place, to have that as a placeholder when they could have taken 10 minutes to write something out and get that in, and code that in, or whatever. It just shows no spine when you're deliberately stealing something, work from somebody else, and it's ethically, it's wrong, right? I mean, we learned this in grade school, that you shouldn't be doing things like this. So
yeah, like Mr. Beefy says, Lost Mesa is the game, is the developers. 1 Inch Bicep says Lucky Day stole his bit. I didn't know that. You should sue him. Mike Garcia is correct. Not for commercial use, is like for educational use only. Cover your ass language. Yeah, because Penguin hosts a bunch of stolen images, and the users are basically just like, hey, I'm not responsible. So Tommy Tellerico made a statement. It is in the description of the video that is currently up now. It says, hi, in case anyone may have missed the description of the Amico deep dive video, it reads. Now, this first line here, Gary, do you think he's referring to the original video or the current video?
The in case anyone has missed it description of the Amico D. Okay, so what, the working? Which one are you referring to?
That statement. In case anyone may have missed the description of the Amico deep dive video, which video do you think he's referring to? The original or the one that's currently there?
Thinking the one that's currently there. Sorry.
How about you, Gary? Do you think he's referring to the current video or the original video?
What are the videos titled? I mean, is it titled Deep Dive?
Yeah, the first video was titled Battle Tanks Deep Dive. The second video was Tank Battle Deep Dive, and the third video was also Tank Battle Deep Dive.
And then this was posted after all three. So this was posted after the first two were taken. Okay. I mean, I really don't know. I mean, it could be any three of them, but I mean, I don't know. It's so open for interpretation that I would assume that he's talking about the very last one.
All right, so I got a big train going by, so hopefully this doesn't cut out. But like Gary's saying, it is vague. You know, he should have put, in case anyone missed, the description of the Amico deep dive video up right now, or the current Amico deep dive video, or the battle tanks or tank battle deep dive, because it does leave some wiggle room for people to maybe think that, hey, maybe this was on the original video. Maybe we didn't realize this was on the original video. But I can confirm that this was not on the original video. There is a Bing cache of the original video that we can access that shows that it just had a basic description and did not have all this extra bolded stuff here. But the bolded stuff says, work in progress, footage shown does not represent final materials, graphics and features subject to change. Intellivision continues to provide unprecedented access to the development process of both our hardware and games. With this core belief of openness comes certain challenges. Our game development partners commonly use placeholder graphics as they work towards finalizing all our assets prior to the final publishing. Placeholder graphics were identified in the current unpublished version of the Intellivision Tank game presented in this video. Intellivision is in contact with all parties involving both final assets and placeholder assets as we work with our development partner towards final publishing of this game. So, in this statement here, in this bolded description that's on the video, he's basically saying that, you know what, they did not buy the license, despite Saggy Melons and Relic Gamer insisting that they already had bought the license. They did not, in fact, buy the license. Could they buy the license?
Oh.
Possibly.
It's kind of like if Adult Magazine A stole the centerfold from Adult Magazine B.
But I mean, they're obviously in works with doing a deal. I mean, how stupid would you be if you weren't?
Well, to me, this reads like we got caught with our hand in the cookie jar.
Oh, obviously.
We're gonna try to broker a deal so that these companies don't sue us. And if they will have mercy on us, we'll take these images out and obviously put in different images. CM Retro says, if you couldn't talk about the Amico, what would you talk about? Well, CM, we had a whole hour and a half talking about various topics, GTA. We talked a little bit about He-Man.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't always talk about the Amico.
Yeah, we talked about me being revived from the dead.
It's not our fault that Tommy Tallarico keeps doing these stupid things to make us do it. And I mean, yes, I said it.
Intellivision supplies us with a lot of stuff to talk about, whether it's, you know, substantial or minor. I mean, it ends up being pretty. I mean, this is substantial. That's the thing when you make a bonehead move and is it a lot of nothing? I don't know, but it's like the Star Fox thing. It's just odd. A lot of these decisions are odd, and when you decide to be, I mean, they're anything but transparent, but they do a lot of things that are kind of transparent, but at the same time, why are you putting things out that are weird like this? And it's one of those things, like you put a video out, then it's gone, then you put it back out, and then it's privated, and then you like, where is your head at? Like, what are you doing? If you would just focus, and I've said this thousands of times, just focus on the product, get all your ducks in a row, and then release it with, like, have something ready to go before you say something or before you do something stupid, because everybody in this community is looking at this thing with a microscope.
Yeah. Okay.
Or
so
enough people are.
Comments. We're going to get to a couple comments here.
All right.
G10 says he did sort of admit it, which is a little better than usual. That's true. Finbar says his backtracking and damage limitation is so badly handled. He needs to realize you can't con people on the internet. It's like having 4 billion private investigators on your ass. Here's a thing that we need to discuss. Okay, first off, I mentioned this already, but if these were placeholder graphics, they've been placeholding since last year, as they were all present in the August 5th, 2020 video. So for a whole year, they did not finalize the game. They've been having placeholder graphics in the game. Does that sound like it makes sense to you, Gary, Carl?
No, not at all.
Okay, so number two, placeholder graphics. While it is common that people use placeholder graphics, and sometimes they do use, known IPs, like they'll put Mario in their platformer so they can get a sense of scale for size, because the final image hasn't been done yet. Those images, those placeholder graphics, are never shown to the public. So again, why would you suddenly show placeholder graphics to the public. Does that sound like it makes sense?
No,
No, it
and
doesn't.
that's why everybody critiqued the Star Fox thing. It's just so odd to see something like that. It's like if Nintendo was making a new console and they were like, well, for fuck's sake, let's just throw Sony's emblem on her. Like, why? Why would you do that? Like on her splash screen? That's just so stupid.
Yeah,
It makes there's no reason for it.
Show is right. Sam, he's talking about Sam from Ars Technica, was on top of that tank story with one of his tweets. Yeah.
Oh yeah, well that he's got a what's the saying? He's got a torch to burn, or he's got a he's pissed off. Obviously, Tommy rubbed him the wrong way, and now it's the same thing with Pat and Ian. Now it's like you're gonna go after somebody, and you can't handle the critique. You got into a pissing match, and now he's gunning for you. So don't give him anything to tell his audience that you're doing things just weird. I think that's where Sam's coming from, and like I've said before, I think that's where Pat and Ian are coming from. I think now that there's a bit of a vendetta there, they're gonna kill you at every turn where they can.
And now here, gentlemen, is the third and most important point about placeholder graphics. When you use placeholder graphics, you do not edit or change them in any way. They're supposed to stick out so you know that they're placeholders. Like if you're doing a realistic game and you're using a cartoon Garfield as a placeholder graphic, you leave it in there so when you go over it, it obviously sticks out that cartoon Garfield doesn't fit with the rest of the game. It needs to be taken out and replaced with a different graphic.
Right. Why would you edit it?
The images in question in the videos where they're claiming to be placeholders were edited to fit in with the overall vision of the game. One of the tanks had the word Fury edited off the barrel. So why would you go about wasting time to edit placeholder graphics if you're just going to remove them anyway?
You know what?
Yeah, that's a lot of work for something that's just going to go. Yeah, it makes no sense.
I'll tell you why. Because Tommy Tallarico is probably a huge power bottom and likes taking it up the what.
Whoa.
Because
Carl, no, bad Carl.
Hey.
See, Tommy, I just said whatever I wanted. See how that sounds? See how that sounds? It doesn't sound too good, does it? That's why you shouldn't say whatever you want.
Do not say whatever comes to your brain. Good advice, Carl. Tommy then says, he finishes up his statement saying, we are also doing a shorter cut, which will be sent out to the mailing list on Monday with some other very cool news. So the shorter cut, I would imagine, would be them removing edit out all the placeholder graphics. And the other exciting news, Tommy did share that there's a new Earthworm Jim cartoon coming out, Gary.
Oh, okay.
From Interplay Entertainment, but there is no involvement.
No connection. Now, what did Doug do? Doug did the character designs?
Doug created Earthworm Jim. He drew him. He wrote the script, I believe.
God, so it's like I understand that people's actions and words, things that they do, can be that gets you basically canned from the project, but it's like removing someone so integral to that specific IP. It's just it's like taking it would be like, okay, if Uematsu was still doing music, and I don't know if he is for Final Fantasy, it's like if Uematsu said something stupid and then they were like, yeah, you know what, we're just gonna go forward with you. And I understand it's an image thing and it's a brand, you don't want to be associated. It's the same thing going on with Blizzard, right? And all the harassment and stuff. I understand it has to be done, but and again, I'm not exactly up on what Doug did and what comments that he made, It's unfortunate because someone's so integral, like I said, integral to the part of that kind of makes it like, it's not what it was. It's got to be done by different people now.
Right. Okay. So, 1 Inch Biceps wants to know why is Doug so controversial, and Lorenzo wants to know, was Doug TenNapel removed? Okay. So, Doug TenNapel, from my understanding, has the rights to make Earthworm Jim comic books, but Interplay has the rights to make Earthworm Jim video games, movies, TV shows, stuff like that. I think it's the deal that they worked out between them. So he was not removed from this new Earthworm Jim project. He just was not involved, according to Interplay Entertainment, the tweets they made. Just like he is supposedly not involved with the Earthworm Jim game coming to the Amico. Now, as for why Doug is so controversial, Doug has a very hardline religious stance against certain lifestyles. He believes them to be no bueno, to put it nicely. And he's very outspoken about this.
Now, was it how do I put this? Because I'm not going to say I share exact views, but I understand people's views. Was he mean about did he say anything offensive, or was it just stuck to that's his beliefs?
He used his religious beliefs to say a bunch of hateful things.
Okay, and that's a bit different, right?
Yeah.
I subscribe to the love the person, not their life choices philosophy.
Right. I feel the same way, Carl.
I just said it.
Do what you're going to do. If it doesn't affect my life, it's not an issue to me. Do I agree with, biology things that are going on these days? No, I don't. I'm not going to agree with you. As long as we can agree that I do what I do, you do what you do. You don't push that on me, and I won't push my stuff on you. We can coexist. That's how I look at it.
Yeah, this is true. Like, I will not get into too deep into the whole discussion. As you can see, I'm already trying to dance around it.
I mean, my point is that you can say something and not be hateful about it.
Right, yeah. You just make your position known, and that's it. I mean, any more discussion on it, and you're just going to piss people off. That's all there is to it.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. You can 100% say that you do not agree with transgenders being the gender that they identify with, and that you believe in biology. I don't think that's hateful. I mean, some people would disagree with me, but if Doug had said that and left it there, I think more people would be willing to engage with Doug and associate with him. But when you start saying that people who are transgender need to go to hell, or they're evil, or they're mentally deficient in some way, and really making personal attacks and personal statements such as that, I think that's where you cross the line, and you go from, like Gary said, having a belief to trying to force beliefs and trying to hurt people emotionally, mentally. I don't believe in all that. It's like,
I mean, yeah, he could have even said, I don't support the I don't support like you said, I support biology and all that stuff. So. Yeah.
And being high profile, and that's the thing. You got to it comes down to understanding what business, or where you're at and how many people you can reach and how big your audience is. And it should have just been you should know better. You should know that, hey, look, I'm a part of something big. People know who I am. I say my piece, and that's it. If they want to attack you, that's on them. That doesn't make you look like a bad person if you let it be known that, hey, look, I don't agree with your lifestyle or whatever, your religion, whatever it is. But that's it. If they want to come at you, it doesn't do you any harm. But when you start giving you know, relevance to all this, and you start going at it, there's nothing good's going to come out of it. And obviously now you're not involved with these projects, and the project's only going to suffer, right? Because whether or not he's an asshole or not, and whether or not the things he said were right or wrong, obviously he's not involved with the project. And that project is, obviously Earthworm Jim is not my favorite game ever. It's not my favorite IP of all time. But obviously there was something special that was created between everybody who was involved, even Tommy. It's like I said, it's not the best game ever, but obviously there was magic that was created back on the Sega Genesis, and it carried, down the line through a few games. And it's just sad to see, like, especially in today's day and age, you just can't do that. Only the project suffers. Only that IP suffers. So it sucks that he's not involved, because obviously you can separate what he did talent wise versus the person, right? We always try to separate the artist from the artistry.
To Tommy Yamiko, and that's not the point we're making. The point we were making is that you can state your opinion without being awful. That's all.
Yeah,
all we were doing.
And Doug, like I said, it's one thing to say, I don't believe in same-sex marriage. It's another to belittle it or to call it evil or things of that nature. And a lot of people are like, well, Doug, I've seen in the chat, Doug didn't say that. I don't think he said it. Here's the thing about certain individuals, because I have this issue with when I talk about the quartering, saying things. People will say things, then delete tweets, then lie about saying it, and then pretend that they didn't say it, or they didn't say it the way that it's being presented, or that the left is lying about them, even when receipts are provided. So I've seen receipts. I'm not going to go and start searching for all the Doug receipts, but I mean,
right? That's just cowardice. And if you want to say what you want to say, and I'll be the first to admit that, like, if anybody were ever to find stuff on me and stuff that's probably easily searchable through comment sections and stuff, politically, I'm an asshole. I will probably be like a total hypocrite when it comes to this thing. I think life choices and stuff like that are different from people being misinformed today. I think there's a lot of misinformation going around, and I'll be the first to be an asshole politically. And in that sense, but when it comes to like people's like life choices and things that the way they want, that's okay. Like, I don't give a flying fuck about anybody who, like, if you want to do whatever you want to do, that's fine. I think when it comes down to like straight up facts and stuff like that, I tend to get a little bit more of an asshole on that subject. But at the end of the day, it's not helping. I come here to talk about video games and all that other stuff, so I try to stay far away from that. Even though today I've become the asshole with the Free Kyle avatar, but that was
I still don't understand who this guy is.
We're not going to get into that right now, Carl.
Oh, all right. Okay.
We can talk about it later, Carl. I'll give you the skinny on everything.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
Lorenzo says, I think Doug Tnaple had a trans mod on his YouTube channel before YouTube nuked his channel. That's very nice, but that does not somehow excuse any of the things he said or any of the statements.
No, it does not.
Only is right. Doug is his own worst enemy.
I wonder what Queen Slug for Bud is going to look like in the new one. Earthworm Jim cartoon. Yeah,
see, Lorenzo says, I think Tnaple tends to be nice to gay and trans individuals, but has used some over-the-top language when he speaks in broad generalities. Yeah, this is true, but also when Heather Alexander, who is a trans individual, criticized Earthworm Jim, Doug purposefully misgendered her. Now, it is a touchy subject. It's a weird subject, misgendering people. I believe if you do it accidentally, it's no harm, no foul, no harm, no foul. But when you're specifically told, hey, this individual would like you to call them a female or a male.
See, this is why we don't talk about this, because I will highly disagree on that subject. And this is why Doug has his views, and if he purposefully did it, in my opinion, I think he has the right to call a boy and a girl. I mean, that's why I try to stay off the subject, because I'm an asshole when it comes to stuff like that. Even though I don't care, people do what they do. But again, that's even if he was being an asshole, he has the right to call somebody what he wants to call him, because that's how he believes things. And that's why, like I said, I try to stay out of politics stuff. Well, not politics stuff, but I try to stay out of
here's
life
the
stuff.
thing, Gary. I will agree with Gary. You have the right to be the asshole. 100%. But here's the thing, like
guys,
Lorenzo
nothing's going to come from this.
No,
I'm just telling you.
Let Tony get out what he's going to say. Let him get out what he's going to say.
All right. That's fair point. All right.
Like Lorenzo said, Doug has been nice to individuals in the gay and trans community on an individual level. So it is not like a across the board statement from Doug, where Doug is like, he's always disrespected or respected someone's choices. He's had mods that he's treated with respect and respected their choice of pronouns and stuff. So when he did it to Heather Alexander, it was clear that he was doing it purposefully.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Incite the
I
individual.
get what you're saying. Right, and that's the thing. If you were to say that he stayed on his, he was on his stance about it, and he does it across, like consistent across the board, that would make sense. But the fact that he didn't, yes, I will agree 100% that he just purposely was starting a fight. So for whatever reason, they're whatever they had between them, their history. So I agree with that.
Yeah, I mean,
this is one of those occasions that I'm so glad to have bad vision.
well, here's the other thing now. We obviously my name is not Tony. Obviously, my name is Anthony, right? And if you called me Anthony, I was like, no, I would like you to call me Tony, right? And you kept calling me Anthony, and then obviously you're doing that on purpose to disrespect me. I don't see how calling someone he, him, she, her is any different. I mean, if they're like, hey, I would just prefer if you referred to me as she instead of he, I don't think that's asking too much. It's not a bridge too far. They're not asking you to, change biology or to change the world around them. Just they're asking you for the basic level of human respect. And, I am politically right. I am, very, very conservative in a lot of things. But I think small concessions can be made. It's not end of the world. Now if they're like, hey, I would like you to refer to me as a bunny rabbit, I'd be like, okay, you obviously you've lost the plot. We've gone too far now.
You know what?
We'll get there eventually, though, Tony. We're going in that direction.
You know what? You need a mob name, so we're going to start calling you Big Tony.
Tone, tough tone.
Mike Garcia, it's not compelled speech. There's no law. Law would be compelled speech. Someone asking you to respect them and not, it'd be the difference between me calling you Mike and me calling you, hey, that asshole in the chat. Right? You would like, no, why? Please don't call me an asshole.
I mean, there are situations where I disagree with this topic, because there are situations if you got your children in front of you and you have to.
No, hold on. Disrespect isn't illegal, but by that same token, people saying, hey, I don't want to associate Doug because he's disrespectful is also not illegal. Now, if Doug is okay with people not wanting to associate with him, then sure, Doug can go ahead and be a disrespectful person. But if he wants people to associate with him and he wants, his involvement in other projects, then probably not being disrespectful would be a helpful thing. We always say that Tommy being nice and not, calling us haters would go a long way. Does he have to?
It's the Dennis Leary rule. It's the Dennis Leary principle.
Yeah. I mean, you could all day, Mike's like, I've been an asshole online. Yeah. But Mike, I'm sorry to say this. You're not somebody. You're not Mike Garcia, the guy in charge of Sony. You're not Mike Garcia, the guy making the new He-Man cartoon. You're just Mike Garcia, the random YouTube commenter. So you're not worried about that thing. Whereas
See, this is what I was talking about last week, where I was talking about, appreciating the results that usually come of bad behavior of others. It's not judging; it's just appreciating the cause and effect of life.
Yeah,
Right.
I agree. There's a lot of things that turn you the way you are. So, I don't know what Doug's gone through, or all these individual people, but at some point it does. If you want to argue the issue of whether you think that's like real or not, it's a non-issue. But when you're looking at your product or your image or your brand or whatever you want to talk about, you probably, especially if you, like you said, Tony, if you want to be associated with these projects, if you want to you want to be taken seriously, maybe you should find a way to communicate with people that's not offensive.
Right. And Tommy Amico says, go pray to your imaginary friend, Doug.
No. Come on.
No. Here's the thing. Even that, I would not say disrespect anybody's religion. I'm not criticizing Doug for being religious. I was very highly religious myself. The thing is, I don't push my religion on others. Just like I wouldn't push my life choices. I wouldn't go to vegans and demand that they start eating meat or throw meat at them or cook hamburgers in front of them, because that's you're just going out of your way to be an asshole.
Instead of doing that, what you should be doing is slipping meat into their food quietly without them even knowing about it.
No, that's terrible too, Carl. They said, how did y'all get on this subject? They asked about Doug TenNapel, and we started talking about it. Carl has advised us not to get involved in this subject, but I said no.
And that says a lot, by the way.
I'm hard-headed.
Yeah, vegans really.
I love debating everything, though. That's the thing.
I mean, my personal philosophy is I don't support transgenders, but I'm of the philosophy that if you're going to do something, go big or go home.
Well, there's only one thing. It's live and let live, man. Like nobody's affecting me, and as long as they're not pushing, anybody in the world is not pushing stuff on me. I'm not pushing nothing on anybody. I sit home, I do what I do, I enjoy my hobbies. It is what it is. At the end of the day, nobody else pays my bills. I pay my bills. I take care of my family. That's all that matters to me.
Yeah, it's like you may like to sacrifice virgins. Good luck going finding any outside the internet. But it's not legal to do it.
No.
So next on the docket, what else? What else on this train? What's next? Are we to the Boston event yet?
Well, we briefly talked about the Boston event, but the Boston event for Amico, we're back. Gary's getting us back on track here.
And then we got to talk about DJC's last stream.
So the Boston event was a official, non-official fan event, sort of, kind of. I don't know. Like I said, there were a few YouTubers that were pretty big that went there. They didn't make any videos on it. They had a few tweets. Didn't seem overly impressed. So, like I said, it wasn't much. Nothing was really revealed. People had fun. Ben Silverpong got to go and enjoy the game. Though afterward, Ben kind of expressed that he might have been caught up in the moment and that the games weren't as good as he had hoped they would be, which is something that we briefly talked about.
Was it the first time he played it?
Yeah, it was the first time he played it.
And that's a big, it's like a big thing, right? It's like getting that shiny new object on Christmas, right? You got, ooh, this is cool. This is the I'm charting into, or sailing into uncharted waters here. It's something I've never done before. So obviously it's got that shiny new feel to it, but it wears off, especially after you reflect on the situation.
So he got to play with Tommy's plastic pleasure toy and didn't like it, basically.
I guess you could phrase it that way. I wouldn't, but phrase it that way, Carl.
I think it's their own damn fault that I'm phrasing it that way.
So Ben was saying that basically, he was in a group. They were having fun. It was YouTubers. He was making new friends. And then, afterward, he was kind of like, I guess, I was caught up in the moment. The games might not have been that great. I don't think I'm going to like them on my own individually, without a group. But he hasn't, I don't think he's made a follow-up video. He just was saying that in the chat the other day. Lorenzo wants to know, was someone eating on mic? Was that the ASMR portion? Are you eating again, Gary?
When you asked me a question, I clicked back on and I had the faucet running. Otherwise, when you hear me crinkle into something, I'm probably rolling a cigarette or something.
Days says, without Tommy, the Amico is boring. Yeah. 1 Inch Biceps says, why does DJC not talk about meeting Ben much? Ben seems to be really nice to DJC, and DJC never mentions the guy. I don't know. I don't really watch DJC. But that
apparently, DJC and his buddies said that if you don't go to see the Amico, it's your fault regardless, and don't make COVID an excuse.
Is that what they really said?
Yeah, I did hear this.
Ask Rambling Man.
Yeah, I heard about this from the Rambling Man video. So apparently somebody said that, I guess in the chat was they couldn't make it because of COVID restrictions, travel and all that, and that they were worried or something to that effect. And they basically said that COVID should not be an excuse for why you can't get down there. COVID.
I want to know which of his buddies said that, so I can know if I'm friends with them and I can unfriend them.
I don't know which one exactly, but for a console that has leaned so heavily on the COVID excuse as to why nothing can get done,
that's odd. Even though I kind of, I wouldn't say I totally 100% agree with that, but I'm not in the whole COVID thing, but everybody's got their own reasons, and I'm not going to tell anybody not to take precautions for themselves. But that is weird that he would lean on that when, like you said, Tony, it's been expressly said that COVID's had its effects on this whole process. So
yeah, and I know the other thing. We lost Carl.
Carl Claus.
Carl Claus, bitch. Santa's the amender of Santa's naughty list.
On DJC stream, I was informed that he does not hate anybody.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!
So if you guys think that DJC hates any of us,
I think he's very hateful.
Me, that is not correct. So
I don't know if he hates anybody more than he has distaste.
It takes a special kind of hate to call someone a macaroni muppet. Let's put it that way.
I thought that was pretty funny.
It's just extremely juvenile. Yeah, Amico, I agree. He is a liar.
I thought it was funny just because the words together
I admit
are funny.
When I don't like someone.
I actually wanted to ask, what the fuck does that mean anyways? What is a macaroni muppet? Am I missing
DJC showed on the video when he made a follow-up. Basically, he's saying that my mouth sounds like mixing macaroni.
Oh, okay.
Where do these people get this stuff at?
I don't know. His name is not JC. No. So, again, I don't know why he would not mention Ben. Ben really seems like excited to talk to those guys. So it's kind of sad that they don't put him on the panel. They don't invite Ben to show up.
Yeah, I'd say like hate is different. Like you hate somebody is different from being like salty about something. So I wouldn't say I don't know. I wouldn't say necessarily. I wouldn't say necessarily hate. He hates you. Is he being hateful? Yeah, obviously, yeah. If he made that, he was upset about the stuff that we talk about, and obviously he was trying to be hateful there.
That mouth breathing, Fozzylicious, expert of human nature himself.
The thing is people could come up with like the worst stuff that they could want to say about me, and I'd be like, okay, what's your point? Like, I don't really care about anything. I'd like.
Where's Gary at?
Can you hear me? Oh,
damn! It's quiet.
But like Mike Garcia reminds us, DJC only invested $1,000, so he's not a quote unquote real investor. I think DJC is still a bit salty that we called him out on being an investor despite pushing the Amico so hard. And some of his anger and hateful comments might be based on the fact that we, with a critical eye, could be causing him to lose that $1,000.
You know,
in his mind.
The only pot I would ever try is that stuff that they made up, they spoofed up called Purple Urkel. But it's not real, so. Oh, it is?
Yes, Purple Urkel.
I would consider it, but I'm too cheap to buy drugs. B, I was there during all the don't do drugs commercials, so that also had an impact on me.
It had no impact on me.
But I don't judge other people, mostly, who do use it, so.
We got Mr. Silence, the Chief Creative Silence Officer in the house. What's up, Mr. Silence? Yeah, 1 Inch Bicep says he was in Boston and I really liked his videos. I just feel bad for him because he seems to be really nice to them and they never mention him. Yeah, because like someone mentioned, Ben is not a YouTuber like the rest of them. Ben's just a normal guy who seems really excited to meet people, talk to people. He seems really excited about an old name coming back into the video game sphere, and he's not aggressive. He talks to us. He talks to quote unquote haters. He's just a nice guy all around, and I think, like we said before, the super fans, cult, the cabal, whatever you want to call them, if you're not with them, you're against them.
Heaven's Gate. I said Heaven's Gate.
Yeah.
Oh no! Now they're all us mentioning that I do drugs and alcohol. Okay, I do drink liquor from time to time, and I prefer the super fruity stuff. Like strawberry vodka and stuff like that.
Show tells us that Purple Urkel is very real and it's very good, but you want that Obama Kush. Are we going to get some drug reviews from Show pretty soon?
Yeah. Come on, buddy. Got to do some pot reviews.
Smoking with Show.
Smoking with Show,
And there it is. Show has challenged me to a race to 1,000, so let's not let him win. He already has 100 more subs than we do.
I kind of want to see him win just to see him gloat.
No, we don't want to see Show gloat.
You don't, I do.
Actually, almost any weed in purple and it is good. You got to get that Acapulco Gold, that Maui Wowie.
It's so funny how pot has all these names.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. All these strain names. Yeah,
it's strangely
Pineapple Express.
It's strangely welcoming, unlike drugs where you have heroin, cocaine.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but heroin's the same way, isn't it? Or at least my. But
heroin's. Sorry, go on.
I'd say like my only.
I mean, in terms of the names, though, like heroin sounds like too chemical.
But all I know from that is like, what was the movie Pulp Fiction when the drug dealers like naming the different heroin?
I remember
that would be my only experience with it. Obviously, I've never done heroin in my life, so I wouldn't know. But I take it that it has other names because of that movie. I don't know if that's true or not, but yeah, weed has a lot of like I smoke, so it has a lot of ridiculous fucking names. I'm like, I don't give a shit what the fuck it's called. Just give me something, man. I'm an OG. Just give me something I could like smoke.
I just want weed, just regular normal weed.
It doesn't exist nowadays.
What flavor? Yeah, no, just weed flavored. I want weed flavored weed. Can I get some of that?
The stuff that smells like skunk. Come on.
Show says, I've actually thought of making videos on which marijuana strains would pair well with video games. There you go. You can invent your own.
See, here's the problem, Show. Anytime I don't play my video games. What's that?
You said anytime and then you dropped out.
Oh, I was gonna say anytime I smoke.
Are you lighting up, dude?
I just stop and I stare off into space. I don't actually play my video games.
I think Gary is stoned.
Not yet.
And that's okay.
I think Show's just making up things now because he says green crack, also a good strain.
Wait, what?
I have no idea.
I haven't come across that yet.
I don't do drugs. Drugs are bad.
I don't do them either. I don't do drugs either.
Though, I'm surprised we haven't seen anybody smoking and playing.
Oh, hey, I know what we got to do. We haven't done my top 3 in a while.
Wait, Darius does that, doesn't he?
All right, folks. All right. So what the top 3 list do you want me to do? And I have no experience with drugs, so leave the leave the drug suggestions out. So
are you talking about a top 3 list or like games, or what are you talking about here?
Whatever you want, Gary. What are Carl's top 3? Whatever. You just give him a thing, and he'll tell you the top 3 of it. Since you've been gone, you could.
I can't hear Gary, so I don't know.
You can't hear me?
I can hear him.
Well, now I hear you. I don't know. Well, it's weird. Yeah, well, pick my top 3 list.
Let's see here.
There's a good one. It says, what are the top 3 restrooms for fast food chains?
That is a good one.
Okay, all right. I'll do that. Okay, so the best bathrooms I've came across for fast food places. I mean, generally, I've had good luck with them. They've but for me, it's been like McDonald's, Taco Bell, Burger King, stuff like that.
Well, we got White Castle here in Michigan, and
oh yeah, we do too.
Our White Castles are awful. Like our White Castles in the lobby is always disgusting and nasty, and the bathrooms are always horrid. So
how in the world
definitely
do they
be on the bottom of the list.
Where is the health inspector?
Blinded Braille says no way McDonald's has a good washroom.
And having where I live at
a washroom, you must be
European. That's cool.
I say washroom. We say washroom here.
Oh, it's a bathroom, but
it's restroom. You go to a store and it says restroom, not washroom.
You heathen.
Rest in the room, Gary.
I don't.
So, washroom would be the correct one. You're not taking a bath in it, so it's not a bathroom. And you're not taking a rest in it, so it's not a restroom. You are washing and washing up, so it is a
But
washroom.
I think rest here's the thing.
Here. Why don't you call it the throne
How about
room?
how you're resting your bladder?
How about why don't you just call it the throne room?
Italki teacher's right. It's a water closet in Europe a lot.
Yeah, the loo.
WC.
The Louvre, the Bog. Am I missing any names?
A lot of different names. A lot of different names. I'm just poking. That's
Just
all.
the John. Just go to the John.
The toilet.
But I've had generally good luck with the usual. So except White Castle, I don't go to White Castle that much because I refuse to sit down and pay White Castle money for fast food.
White Castle's pretty cheap over here, Carl. How much they charging in there?
I mean, for if you're getting like the sliders, yeah, but for anything else, jeez, Pete's too much for what you get.
It's not too bad over here. I think actually McDonald's has gotten absolutely ridiculous.
Oh, McDonald's does get ridiculous, yeah.
1 Inch Bicep says my dad will call the bathroom the John, which is my real name, so it's not my favorite name. Tommy Amico's right. Just call it the shit house.
Shitter.
So you know what, Carl? I want to know, what are your 3 favorite burgers?
Ooh,
they can be specialty burgers.
Ooh.
But what are your
homemade or from fast food? Because I don't buy a lot of fast food. I don't buy a lot of restaurant burgers. I buy. Okay, so all right.
Nothing beats a bar burger.
Okay, so Frisch's, Big Boy, whatever the hell you want to call it, they do have a good beer cheeseburger. A really good beer cheeseburger. Another one, and the one I've been ordering recently is from Wendy's, the big bacon and cheddar.
I'll tell you what, we had Whoppers the other day because they had the $2 Whopper Wednesday thing, and I don't eat Whoppers because I'm picky and I don't eat lettuce, tomato, all that bullshit. So I was like, just plain with ketchup on it because I'm a heathen like that. But because it didn't have anything on it, I looked at the old lady and she likes her burgers with everything on it, and she's not a big burger person in the first place. I ate it and I looked at her and I said, what the fuck is this all about? This tastes like what we used to get served at school lunch. I was like, this tastes like the stuff you buy, like, because sometimes I'll buy like the frozen stuff from like Meijer or whatever, like they're cheapo, like dollar burgers. You just toss them in like a thing and just microwave, because I'll eat nasty shit like that. I was like, that's what that Whopper tasted like. I was like, this tastes like something you'd buy, like a frozen burger that's already ready, and toss it in the microwave or something stupid. I said, that was disgusting. Like, it was not disgusting because I'll eat disgusting stuff like that, but the taste of the quality of the patty was so cheap. I was like, babe, if you ate this without anything on it and you could just taste the meat itself, it just was so cheap. I was like, I don't understand why people like Whoppers. That's awful. I'd rather have like a Wendy's burger.
And my third hamburger is the Big Mac.
Ooh.
Well, they just recently changed their meat though, like within the last couple of years, didn't they? I remember their quarter pounders. I liked them. They were really greasy, but their meat is ever since they started going with, like, they took out all these additives and stuff. Their food has changed quite a bit over the last 5 years.
What are your 3 favorite burgers, Gary?
Oh man, there was a new place that opened up by us called Savvy Sliders that I had probably a few months back. My buddy treated me because we're working on a job, and he was like, "Oh, I'll buy you lunch," and we had Savvy Sliders. And I was like, "Oh, that's okay." And that's owned by, I think, the same chain who owns Happy's Pizza. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that.
No.
So Savvy Sliders was pretty good. I was like, okay, that's not bad. Five Guys Burgers and Fries. I don't know what it is about their burgers. but here's the thing, we're talking like fast food kind of crappy. If I actually have a burger, I'd love to have like mom and pop kind of like bar burgers. I think that's the best place to get a burger. Obviously, like fast food burgers are kind of crappy.
Yeah, but, I will say one thing about Burger King. They have a great sausage biscuit and
I'd rather
hash brown patties.
I'd rather have McDonald's breakfast.
It's comparable to McDonald's, so that's the
but
thing
I would say my third's probably like a junior bacon cheeseburger. I love those. So I like Wendy's burgers.
Oh, I like junior bacon and cheese. I love how everything tastes fresh on a Wendy's hamburger.
But see, I'm a fat boy, dude. You go any fast food place, I'm not going to be like disappointed. Like you go anywhere, and I'm like, okay, whatever. I'm just picky. That's all.
So how fat are you? Are you like Weird Al? I'm fat.
I weigh 260. I'm not that fat, and I was like about a year and a half ago. I was at like 180. So,
wow. So
yeah,
I'm the smallest guy on the panel.
But I'm 6'1" too. So
I'm also 6'1", Gary.
Okay.
Wow,
I mean
I'm the shortest.
I'm not like 5'5" and like 260. So.
I'm like reaching 6, but I'm definitely the shortest one here.
And I got a good amount of muscle on me, so I'm not like
sure.
I'm not obese. It runs in the family though. My brother's a big guy, so.
I mean, I'm not big, but I'm kind of big, sort of.
But the problem is being happy and with the old lady and the kids now, and I do the cooking here, so I eat, man. I eat like a beast.
Yeah, being happy always makes you eat more.
Yeah, it's fattened me up the last couple of years, that's for sure.
So I think we're scraping the bottom of the barrel here, folks.
Gary the Hut.
I'm scraping the bottom of the chili pan as we speak.
I think 3 hours and 50 minutes is pretty good for Gary's return. Next week he'll have many more controversial statements to make, and we'll have many.
Sorry, folks, we're just not doing this 5-hour broadcast anymore.
Well, we could. I mean, there was nothing really going on this week. I was kind of busy. Like I said, I was worried about Psychic Max's grades.
You should have told him to cheat like a man.
Well, on your side, you had Psychic Max did a good job, but the oldest over here got reamed because he's been lying to us and been not doing his homework.
Ooh, what happened, Gary? How bad was
it was so bad that when he came home and I opened the door because I was going outside to get something to drink, he had been waiting there because he didn't want to walk in and he was crying. That's how bad his grades were. So he got reamed, and it was what it was. And the whole thing was his last year was online stuff, and same kind of thing happened like last year with the online stuff. So it was basically, hey, look, the beginning of this year, I wanted to do like agendas and write everything down. That way we know what's coming in and what you got to do for the day, and making sure you're doing stuff in class and we know what's going on. And we kind of like gave him the benefit of the doubt and said, okay, we didn't do that. And then I was like, don't make me look like a fool. And then, first thing came out, and we ended that. So now he's on the agenda program where you got to write down, what you got to do for the day. You got to make sure because I guess in their class, and see, that's the problem. He's close to a school that I went to. Cause like I said, I'm south of Detroit. So unfortunately, anybody who knows the area, these schools in Detroit and the schools in these areas totally suck. They're bad public schools. We're close to Wyandotte, which is south of Detroit, and it's just a little further south from where I'm at right now. And they have an amazing public school, and that's where I graduated. They have, awesome teachers and stuff like that. And that's where he was going to go, but unfortunately, we couldn't get him in there, and we kind of got denied to get him in there because we have school of choice. And then he was forced to go to this, what they call an academy, but unfortunately this school is not as great either. I don't even know if he has gym class. That's how bad it is. And he's in like 7th grade, which is terrible.
Is it like the school from Bully?
Wouldn't say it's that. Like they consider it an academy. And I actually went to an academy when I was in 10th and 11th grade, where we actually had to wear like khakis and the shirt, like school shirt. but it's nothing like that. Like the kids can wear whatever they want. They just technically call it an academy because you either want your kids going to this school or you want your kids going to the bad school. Like I said, again, I'm around the city of Detroit, and these schools aren't. They're just shit. You know, the people around here are not focused on teaching these kids what they need to know, and they're pushing certain agendas. So, unfortunately, that's the way it is around here.
Khakis and a Steven Seagal style tank top. Oh yeah.
All right. So Finbar Saunders, sorry. What's your punishment of choice, Gary? He says mine is to delete all their save files from the games.
Oh man,
that's a good one.
Man, if I could, and the old lady didn't get mad at me, his dinosaur collection would be gone. Like here's the thing. I was a very privileged, spoiled brat as a kid. My mom spoiled the hell out of me. And what's that saying where like tough times make how does that saying go where like they say like tough times make hard men, or I can't remember, but the whole point is like generations, right? So me being as a spoiled kid, I've made a lot of kind of stupid privileged kind of choices in my life, and I've suffered from that. So now I'm more hard on him about what's going on, and we spoil these kids, but I'm very strict on when it comes to like they need to know, especially in the area. Like again, I live south of Detroit, so these kids can't be stupid. They need to make smart decisions and choices. They need to be respectful to anybody. It doesn't matter what religion they are, what color they are. They just need to be respectful. I think this is things that every person needs to understand. Especially today's day and age, you got to be smart about what you say to people, what you do. You can have your beliefs, you can think what you want. Obviously, I'm on the right side of the political spectrum. You can have all these things that you want to think and do, but you still have to be smart when it comes to what you say to people and how you treat people, because you never know, like somebody that like you don't like for example, you might not agree with a transgender's like lifestyle, but who's to say that one day you might be in a situation where somebody that you would never thought or never would agree with politically or lifestyle wise saves your life or does something like that. I mean, you just never know. So I try to teach the kids just be a good human being. I mean, what else do you ask for from any person in this world? Is just be a good human being. So
I think you went a little left field there, Gary.
Gary, I gotta ask. What nursing home are your parents going to put you in? Your kids going to put you in?
They're just going to leave me on the side of the road, man. I'm just crazy. I go off on a tangent, man.
Hold up. But Anthony EFX says the saying goes, "Tough times make hard men make easy times make soft men."
And I won't say, and that's what it is. And I won't say that I'm necessarily soft, but I think for sure that my upbringing has made my life harder because I had it easy as a kid. It's true.
Here's the thing, though, Gary. You gave a very Tommy Tellerico answer and did not actually answer the question asked you. The question was asked was, what is your favorite form of punishment or discipline?
I kind of answered it. I said if I could, I'd take his dinosaur.
We don't want to know if you could. We want to know what you do.
I do a lot of things.
If Max gets out of hand, I whoop him. The boy gets whooped.
I mean, okay, so
with a belt.
So here's the thing. Carl likes to refer them to me as I'm a married man. Well, let's set the record straight, and I've said it before. I don't think anybody's caught it. I'm not married. This is my old lady is my girlfriend. These kids aren't my kids. So whooping the 12-year-old, putting my hands on the 12-year-old is not my responsibility. That's daddy's responsibility, and daddy's not here. So I do spank the little boy, He gets his butt whoopings, but that's because he's 5 and because he's at that age where a butt spanking's a butt spanking, and it's not like whooping a 12-year-old's ass. That's different, and I can't do that. So if I could, I probably would, but I can't, so I shan't. So it's hard, right? I'm trying to find a easy medium. But to Carl's point, like I am kind of that in that married spot. Like I basically am, but I'm not. So it's hard. Like, what do? I try to threaten with things that just don't work. I got a 12-year-old I'm dealing with. What are you supposed to do? It's hard. I don't know.
You embarrass the shit out of them.
I try to take things away. I try to do what I can, but at the end of the day, the 12-year-old just I'm an old man. It's like I'm losing things I can do. I try to threaten with like, oh, Chris, you're gonna miss out on Christmas this year. He don't give a shit. He knows where he's calling my bluff on every turn. So I'm like, what the fuck do? I don't know.
Yeah, that's a tough spot to be in.
It's hard.
I knew someone like that, and his girlfriend ended up leaving him.
Good. I don't know what. Good advice, Carl. Good segue.
It's not advice. Go on.
Hey, Gary, I know a guy just like you. His girlfriend left him. Good luck.
No, but I try to do the best I can. I'm trying to be dad, but I'm not dad. It's hard. I was like, I'm trying to do the right thing by raising kids that aren't mine, I guess. I mean, it's hard. It's a hard situation to be in, I guess.
Yeah, it's definitely a difficult situation. You'll get through it, Gary. Don't listen to Carl and his negative Nanciness. Someone suggested that we stream snipe Retro Bro stream. Do you guys want to check in on Retro Bro, see what he's up to?
Yeah, let's do that. Sounds good.
So we will share the screen here.
Man, it just turned into Ellen DeGeneres Oprah type shit with me. What just happened? What'd you guys do to me?
From Christmas or from Halloween straight to Christmas.
What are we talking about?
That's because
Arcades?
of Nightmare Before Christmas. Like it's Tim Burton's fault.
Hello, Retro Bro.
Fault. And that's the thing. It's Tim Burton's fault that everybody ignores Thanksgiving. So if you want to get mad at anybody, for all you anti-Christmas people out there, get mad at Tim Burton.
Tim Burton,
he's the one who did it.
There's no Thanksgiving movies.
He completely neglected Thanksgiving
Planes, Trains, and Automobiles
because they ignored the Thanksgiving tree.
I mean,
in Nightmare Before Christmas.
That is a great. That's the. But here's the thing, Tony. That's the only Thanksgiving movie that has to exist. That's a great movie.
Holiday doors, man.
It is a great movie.
I want to see Jack.
That's one of my favorites.
In Thanksgivingville. That's what I want to see.
So Retro Bro says that because Tim Burton didn't have Jack
Edward
go into the
Scissorhands for me.
There's
like a Christmas.
That means that
it takes
it's
place around Christmas.
Thanksgiving.
But I don't really consider that a Christmas.
Actually,
he knows that that's a cartoon, right? They're not like real people.
Me and my lady have to watch A Christmas Story and Die Hard. I watched Christmas Story a couple hours ago.
Wasn't the one with Vince Vaughn was that really Christmas or was that Thanksgiving?
That was
Christmas.
My wife
hates it, dude. Ernest Saves Christmas.
The one with
I love that movie.
Reese Witherspoon.
That was another '90s cornball fucking movie. Total cornball.
It's Christmas.
It's ridiculous.
That was a Christmas. 4 Christmases.
I used to watch that when I was a kid.
Yeah.
And I like to watch it now. And she's like,
"You're right, though. There aren't many.
You put that movie on
Thanksgiving movies."
I mean, let's be fair about this. Thanksgiving is not that interesting as far as movies.
No, I hate. It's my least favorite holiday, and I'm a fat guy. So
it's about this dad in Alaska who works.
Can we all hear Retro Bro good enough?
It's like Alaska or somewhere near the Arctic. But they work on like these mines and they're blasting and they're getting real close to the North Pole, and Santa like talks to their.
Someone let us know when he's aware of
his wife
our presence.
It's like your husband's disrupting.
Well, I told him I was going to stream snipe him. I said I'm going to stream. I even put it in his chat.
They had to stop the mining.
It's
a really fucking good movie, and my wife doesn't like it. And I told her, I said, you know what? Ernest Saves Christmas. The night they save Christmas.
How about I know where you live?
You're just a hater, dude. You just are against saving Christmas. That's your problem. But no, those are 2 good movies that I really like. Lesser known movies, but nonetheless, they're still pretty good. Yeah, the claymation stuff is good show. I like the original Rudolph. There was the one that came after Rudolph. Like there was like another one. That one I thought was a little weird. But the Rudolph one I like. I can't get on some of those 70s claymation ones because they were too. Dude, everyone
is he complaining about the Rankin Bass on drugs movies now?
What?
So some of this shit, and you can tell, like when you listen to music, watch
Rankin Bass
like,
did great movies
was a weird
and cartoons.
I saw Last Nightmare Before Christmas, so it's a Christmas movie at my house. I can totally see.
I've never really sat through Nightmare Before Christmas, and my girlfriend hates me for it. She loves that movie
for both Halloween and Christmas. I once had a goal.
I mean, I've sat through it. I won't begin.
Tim Burton movie on either on DVD.
And it's kind of sad because I love.
I should revisit it.
I love
Tim Burton.
Kingdom Hearts and the first Kingdom Hearts, so kind of playing through like that, like Halloween Town area is kind of like foreign to me. On some of probably some of the inside jokes and Easter eggs and stuff.
Potion Sword Run. That is fucking true, bro. Thanksgiving needs to step it up with its own classic animated movie.
I'll tell you what. Have you ever seen the trailer, the spoof trailer for the horror Thanksgiving movie from like
Holidays is really good.
Eli Roth.
Robert Downey Jr. in it.
Yeah, was it Thanksgiving?
It's not animated now. It's a Thanksgiving themed movie. Me and my wife watch that every night.
I don't know if it was Thanksgiving or if it was Thanksgiving. But nonetheless, that trailer's awesome.
I agree.
It's like very
Geeks would give the geek getaway.
Graphic.
Thank you for
to say the least. If they would have made that movie, that would have been amazing.
I do not. I disavow.
Retro Bros now aware that we're watching.
Listen, I love Tim Burton. We always watch the two Charlie Brown Thanksgiving movies. And the Garfield. My kid was actually telling me about
he stopped talking about the Amico.
I can't stand the Peanuts game.
Like, there's a Charlie Brown thing.
I don't know if we want to sit here and listen to this.
I have to watch it because it was a Christmas Thanksgiving one, obviously.
And also, my Amico is gonna crash from. No, I think 4 hours is about it, fellas. What do you think? Call it a night?
Yeah, I think. I got nothing left in the tank here.
All right. Well, thank you all for watching. Thank you guys for having this live stream have more viewers than the Retro Bro live stream. I'm always appreciative of you guys being here. Anything you want to say before we leave, Carl?
Oh, he's back off harassing Apex Legend fans.
Words of wisdom from Carl. That was deep, philosophical. We will take them to heart. You know what we do here on this channel?
I mean, all I'm saying is that Apex Legends is the reason we will never have a Titanfall 3.
Oh my God, you just came out of nowhere, Carl.
That's all I'm saying.
All right, everybody. Love, peace, booty grease. We out this bitch.